Two, hello, check. I always like to do that chair thing. Like, remember the Beverly Hills 90210? The intro to Beverly Hills 90210, they'll turn over and they're in the chairs. Like, you know? Like one of those. One of those kind of things. How's everyone doing? Look at that. I'm getting started at 11 o'clock again. I kind of liked starting the stream at 11 yesterday. To be honest, I kind of liked it. It kind of worked. And today I don't have an early stomp time either, so perhaps can really take the time needed every day to get to everything that we need to get to. Oh shit, I didn't... Let the old boulder roll back down to the hill. Roll down to the bottom. Good. No. Believe me, I would love to start this stream at 39 out of 35 subs. Nothing would make me happier. Believe you me. Believe you me. Oh yeah. You're goddamn right I'm drinking DC before noon. Absolutely. And it's terrific, honestly. It's absolutely tremendous. And I woke up, I had a nice cafe latte and a croissant from the croissant place. Now I'm ready to move on to DC. Let me see if I can find... I gotta show you a video. Where is it? Where is this guy? Shit. Just 1 second. Believe me, this is going to be worth it. Believe me. Mistress of Insanity, you're going to appreciate this because this is a TikTok that you send me. Okay, it's this guy.
How much Diet Coke?
It's this guy. Look at this. This is official medical advice.
How much Diet Coke is too much Diet Coke for one person? Well, it's a trick question. The limit does not exist because it's 0 calories. So 0 plus 0 plus 0 times 100 is always going to be 0, which means you can have as much as you want. Some people have suggested that I have a problem. To that, I would say, your mom is my problem. Suck on that, all right? Some people have called it an addiction. It's not an addiction. I can stop whenever I want. I just don't want to, and I need it every day. But I will walk you through a day in the life of Dr. Brady's Diet Coke consumption if you're interested. It starts off every day with a trip to McDonald's. It's got to be McDonald's. It's the best. I don't know why. I assume it involves highly addictive drugs being inserted into the Diet Coke. Do I care? Not at all. Love it, want it, need it. Give it to me. That's done around 8:30. Then around 10:30, Daddy gets thirsty, and Daddy needs another Diet Coke. So head to the fridge, grab a 12-ounce can. Now, that's basically a shot glass, okay? That's just to tide you over until lunchtime. Now, at lunchtime, I'll probably go to some fine dining establishment, maybe a Chipotle, okay? If the restaurant only serves Pepsi products, I don't support that establishment. I do not recognize Diet Pepsi's right to exist. Okay, that's my Israel-Palestine conflict, all right? If a restaurant sells Pepsi products, they deserve whatever happens to them.
Now, listen, I'm just going to interrupt this. Like, I don't have this really militant attitude about it, okay? I support a lot of this. I support a lot of this. Three of his patients died during the recording of this video. Yes. I support a lot of this. I don't have this militant attitude. I prefer Diet Coke. Sometimes I like a Diet Pepsi as a little treat. I don't have this like militant feeling about it. If I have the option, I'm going to go with Diet Coke a lot of the time. Diet Pepsi, I think, a little sweeter. Sometimes it's nice to have a little treat. I have a Diet Pepsi as well. So Diet DP is the best one. And I would agree as well. Diet Dr. Pepper, I think, is up there in terms of the like elite diet sodas. And it's maybe at the very top. DP.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. I don't care. They sell garbage water. It's done. Now you might be wondering, are you drinking water during the day? Obviously Diet Coke is made of water. So use your big brain and ask better questions. All right. Around 3 o'clock, I will get thirsty again. So Daddy gets another drink, another shot glass, another 12-ounce Diet Coke. That's number 4. And then usually around dinner time, we're gonna load up on another one. So what's that, 5? Nothing. Plus, like I said, 0 plus 0 plus 0 5 times during the day is still 0. So you might be like, well, isn't it bad for your teeth? I don't know. You see those guys? Those look scared? I think it has the opposite effect on me. I think it makes everything stronger. I think it makes my wits keen. Because if I don't have it, I feel bad. So explain that. Okay, explain that. So that's what I do. I don't think it's a problem. I think you're a problem. You're the problem. Mind your business.
So I don't. I have a little bit of a different schedule. I usually drink coffee in the morning. I look forward to my morning coffee. You know, I'm a pretty average, like normie kind of guy about that. I like to wake up and have a coffee in the morning. Usually I'm going to have a Diet Coke or another kind of diet soda. Again, I'm not super militant about it. I like Diet Coke. It's probably one of my favorite products. It's one of my favorite beverages. Sometimes I have different things, right? Sometimes I have Cherry Coke Zero. Sometimes I have Diet Dr. Pepper. You know, different things. I'll usually, as you know, folks, what I'll usually do is I have the coffee in the morning. As you know, often I'll have the energy drink in the afternoon with my lunch. And then later on, it's more later on, I start dipping into the Diet Cokes. It's a little bit different right now. I don't have any energy drinks right now, so I'm going with the DCs right now. And honestly, it's fantastic. Ice cold. You see the condensation on the can. You're thirsty, you know? You need that little caffeine boost. Wonderful. What did Mistress of Insanity say? Daddy's thirst for DC knows no bounds. It's true. In this case, Daddy's thirst for DP knows no bounds. Although I haven't been drinking that as much lately. But it's just like, sometimes you just really need it. Sometimes you just really need it and it just hits. It's so cold and fizzy. And it doesn't taste like anything. I think I saw a Twitter post about this one time that I couldn't find it if I tried to, or maybe I could. I don't know. It doesn't taste like something that is found in nature. Like it tastes like a space drink. It seems like it's like a futuristic spacefaring society. That's the like miracle elixir that they would put together. If you just put a few more drugs in there. I had a 2 a.m. DC. I imagine if you're trying to pull an all-nighter and you're in a stressful work environment, it's got to really hit. You know, you used to go out for smoke breaks, and not everyone smokes anymore now. So now you have that. Yeah, give me a few more drugs in there, right? Either upgrade the caffeine dosage, or like, let's be clear, let's just put some cocaine back in there. You know, come on, we're adults here. We're adults here. Let's put some cocaine back in the, you know? And maybe a few other things, you know? It could be like a speedball. You could have like, put fentanyl as well. So you don't get too, you know, you don't want to be too up there. You also don't want to be too down here. You want to be operating right around here. You know? That's the sweet spot. Any doctor will tell you this. You don't want to be up here. You don't want to be down here. You gotta be operating right there, you know? So many of our social problems would go away if this was just an affordable product that you could get, you know? Rob's presidential platform put the Kamala special into all soft drinks. Yeah, the ruling class gets these drug cocktails. Like, why is it just for them? Crossfaded after my DC. Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad I have Rob for legal advice, financial advice, and medical advice. It's the trifecta. Exactly. That's why you come to this stream. It's not just one thing that we talk about. You can improve your life in a variety of different ways. That's the genius of it. That's the genius of this community. It's at least 4 or 5 things. Sometimes I also wonder if it's good to organize society around needing adults to be doing this stuff so they can force their bodies through repetitive, endless daily labor. Yeah. I don't know that it is good. I agree. But while we're doing that, we might as well have the tools that we need to survive it. You know what I mean? I agree we shouldn't be doing that. Completely agree. In the meantime, while we abolish that system, though, you know, it would just be nice if we really had access to the really good shit. We should be hanging out and hiking around eating berries. It's really so silly. Like, you ever see those, like, monkeys? You just see clips of, like, monkeys hanging out in the jungle, and it's just like, man, that looks fucking great. Imagine if we were just hanging out every day. You'd wake up, and you go forage a little bit. You pick out some, like, bugs from your friend's hair and have a little snack of those. You get caught up with one another. You're, like, helping one another out. You just have a little dip in the water hole. You know? If you aren't doing that, then you're copping out of the real hustle mindset, and you deserve to starve to death without shelter. Yes, unfortunately, we've created a society where we've cultivated a population of people that genuinely, unironically believe just that. So that seems bad to me. Wandering over to your buddy because you're like, look at this weird fruit I found. How do you even eat this? Are you supposed to peel it or something? That's like a whole adventure. That's your whole day. Figuring that out. Oh shit, I'm hallucinating. Fuck. And then okay, I'll get you through it. We're going to get through this. And then it's something you tell your grandkids about. Yeah. Taking one bite of a mango is throwing it over your shoulder, having another nap. Wonderful. Wonderful. Picking at Rob's mullet, looking at insects and other debris. Exactly. And it's like, you help me out, I'll help you out. Ever see the monkey pick his butt and then smell it? I don't know if we need to be doing that. You know? I'm not going to judge anyone, but maybe less so that. I got to tell you, this song has been stuck in my head for...
We're guys. We keep a little girl.
Multiple days now. Multiple days this has been stuck in my head.
We're guys. We keep... We're guys. We keep a little.
Man. That's just playing nonstop. That's just playing nonstop up there. I showed this to my 20-year-old coworkers this morning. Good. This is how you gain their trust. Glad someone made a song about Rob. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. They think I'm 27. Nice. You've successfully bamboozled them. You can observe a lot about the health and function of your body from your stool, though. Yeah, I guess so. I find it gross, though. I can't help it. Yeah, if you want to know what it's like in my brain, I mean, that's just right lately anyways, that song's just playing repeat. 24/7 repeat. Just playing over and over and over in my mind. Do you ever, like, I know some people, like, aren't like that with music or whatever, but, like, I think that was one thing that I always thought was, like, normal. And then I started talking to people about, like, you don't have music playing in your head all the time, every moment of the day? And they're like, no. What? And I'm like, oh, okay. I see. I see. I thought that's just how brains were. I thought brains just had music playing all the time in them. Apparently not everyone's like that. It's weird, all that stuff about, like, people that, like, they say that they don't, like picture things, like, in their mind. Or people that don't have an inner monologue. Yeah, what the fuck? That is weird to me. That is really bizarre. I wake up every single morning with a song stuck in my head, even if I haven't listened to it for a while. You know, one of the songs like that for me is a Kim Mitchell, Might As Well Go for a Soda. And listen, I don't like hate Kim Mitchell. I prefer Patio Lanterns. But, like, Jen, that's not a song I ever listen to. I never, ever, ever go out of my way to listen to Kim Mitchell, Might As Well Go for a Soda. I don't particularly like it or not like it. Like, it's fine. It's good. It's the soda. I guess that's probably part of it. Just like a free association thing. But, like, a lot of the time I wake up and it's just just like I just wake up and it's just there. I don't know why. It's really strange. I don't get it. Might as well go for a soda. Nobody hurts. Nobody cries. Just, I couldn't even tell you when the last time I heard that song was. Couldn't tell you. But oftentimes it's other songs as well. Usually it's just the last thing I listen to. Our entire household, the kid now included, just sings whatever random song they have in their head but changes the lyrics to what they're doing. That's good. That sounds like a fun bit. I wonder if people did this before recorded music. Yeah, I guess if you were like a peasant, like in feudalism, what's going on in there? I guess you go down to the tavern, maybe you hear a guy like playing the lute or something, and then the lute music gets stuck in your head, I guess. No, I know there were instruments in feudal society, but it wasn't for everyone though. It was kind of like a, if you're in the court or whatever, in the castle, the lord or what have you, there's all kinds of stuff. If you're just all the time just tilling the fields and maybe you don't have time for it. I don't know. But yeah, I guess there were like taverns and people doing stuff. Churches, of course, as well. Some music there. It's probably like part of passing down culture why some people really remember music stuff like that. For sure. The whole like, they'll sing a song of me one day. My story will be told in song. The Lord's got the premium classical compositions and the Surf got the tavern music. For sure, yeah. But that's great though. I'm sure the tavern music was rocking. You get one of those like taverns after a long week in the fields. The mead is flowing. Sweaty little tavern. You get some mutton. Some kind of mutton stew getting passed around. I'm sure that was a great time. We need overflowing mugs of beer spilling everyone. For sure, yeah. Just all the foam just flying around everywhere. That must have been a good time. I mean, there is all that research where people have said like serfs actually had more leisure time like than like the average like working class person now, even if we might have more treats now. Why don't we break it into song at the pub anymore? That seems to happen like not really in like that happens though. In the UK, that's a big thing. They're always singing. You know, as one song that's become like really popular, like pub song in the UK is "Savage Garden," "Truly, Madly, Deeply." These old like rough British guys who've been like drinking pints and getting in soccer fights for like their whole lives. They love singing "Truly, Madly, Deeply" by Savage Garden. Just put on Family Tradition and Any American Dive and they'll sing. Or like Sweet Caroline. Did you watch that one Parenti video about how the elite obfuscate history, particularly of medieval history? It talks about those interviews of peasantry and how they're wildly different from what the church's depiction of pious peasants was. I don't think I have seen that, but that does seem interesting and related to what we're talking about. Yeah, look, it's these guys. Look.
I'll be your dream, I'll be your wish, I'll be your fantasy.
I'll be your rope, I'll be your love, be everything that you need.
I love you more with every breath, truly, madly, deeply do. I will be strong, I will be faithful, cause I'm counting on a new beginning. A reason for living, a deeper meaning in it. I wanna stand with you on a mountain. I wanna bathe with you in the sea. I wanna lay like this forever until the sky falls down on me. I'll be.
I don't totally get it, you know, like these guys, these kind of like rough and tumble, you know, alcoholic football fans. I don't know why it is that Savage Garden has become the song for some of these folks, but oh, it's Tuesday, isn't it, bruv? Dudes rock that way. It's true. Yeah. It's true. They really do sometimes. You know, there's no getting around that. Singing in harmony in a large group is one of the greatest feelings. For sure, yeah. Absolutely. This is what you love about the British Empire. I don't love anything about the British Empire, okay? I don't. Just because I love the 1963 film Zulu and think it's a masterpiece doesn't mean that I have any kind of nostalgia for the British Empire, okay? I don't. Rob wants to hug and kiss the British Empire. Oh, wow. You're early. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm really trying to get started a little bit earlier. I made a resolution to start to what the exact words I used were 12 at the latest earlier this year. And I've consistently failed to live up to that, and I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying now to get a little bit of an earlier start. And again, I liked a little earlier start yesterday. I thought that worked well. You're supposed to be holding me accountable. That's right. I'm personally glad the Brits now are an embarrassing shell of their former selves. I mean, me too. I think that's tremendous, actually. Now they're walking right into a new era of new labor, Starmer fascism. So, because the one guy that came along that thought he could have a progressive movement in the UK, they were like, no, we can't have this. And they absolutely destroyed this man's entire career. They destroyed his movement and gleefully congratulated themselves while they were doing it, using every single underhanded trick and tactic you can possibly imagine. And now they're headed towards where they're headed towards. British fascism is redundant. That's true. Yeah. They didn't invent fascism, but they definitely modernized it. Old Dutch, it's early Rob era. It's early Rob era. I'm trying to get started a bit earlier. You know, I really do want to try and like grow this show, grow this community, and I think that's up to me to like put more time and effort into it. So I'm trying to do it. I am trying to do it. We'll see how it works out, though. Arguably, Anglos invented the precursor for fascism in their colonial adventures. Well, that's what I mean. I don't think they invented it, but they did it better than anyone else, you know? And they brought it into the modern era with more modern technology. And we're really at the forefront, though. But they weren't the only ones to invent that, though. There was like the Dutch and the Portuguese and the French as well. Like there was no shortage of other kind of wannabe empires that were perfecting those kinds of ideological sort of techniques, but they certainly did it better than anyone, like I was saying. The common factor is Christianity. Yeah, ultimately it's just colonialism, right? It's just colonialism. Bringing us all the way today to Israel, right? I think that's what's crazy about Israel and seeing what Israel does, especially right now. But you see that it is just basically like learn about the British Empire and all the sort of rhetoric and what was happening, and you know, in their various colonial holdings, and you see that Israel is just like it's like a 19th century example. That's why it seems so jarring for us to see. Because it's directly out of that previous century, but with modern weaponry and with modern
You can count on me.
recording
and good old
techniques,
Rob to,
so we can all
talk you
witness
through
it happen,
this.
unfold in real time.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Peaches, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You got the ball rolling for today. Thank you. That's a good apple. Ugh. It's one crunchy apple. It has a nice crunch. It really does. That that Celtics Pacers series was really something else. The Celtics completed the sweep last night, which was disappointing. But like it was a crazy series because it was a sweep, but it very easily could have been like 3-1 Indiana. In 3 of those 4 games, Indiana had leads coming down the stretch in like the final 90 seconds of the game and just gave the game away in 3 of the 4 games. Like it was really something else. Like it was really a lot closer than what a sweep would indicate. But shows how important closing out games is and how hard it is in that environment. That was a weird series. Very weird. Tracks for Indiana sports teams in general. Yeah. And the Pacers are good. Like they're pretty set up. They were pretty banged up. It's hard for them to win without Halliburton, and I feel like he's been banged up for the whole latter half of the season. When your team's built on pace and offense, you need to be able to score in the clutch. Yeah, you kind of need to be able to just like that's what's interesting about that kind of playoff basketball. It's like it slows down, and you can't rely on that kind of pace all the time, especially in the last end of game situations. And you have to execute and find someone that can close out, that can manufacture some points. All of a sudden, it becomes a lot more difficult to do in that situation. So last night in Vancouver at the emergency rally, the crowd chanted "Long live October 7th." I'm sure people are reacting normally to that. Listen, here's the reality though. Here's the reality. Pivoting from sports to talking about this like kind of fairly spicy content. I think at a bare minimum, even if you do believe that October 7th was just this like horrible atrocity, some people do continue to believe that. I think it's a lot more complicated than that, as we've been discussing. Not to say that bad things didn't happen. But I think at least most people now, after the last 8 months, should be able to come around and recognize why this happened in the first place, even in the most uncharitable view of it. Even if you do think it was just some like atrocity that had no like political or military targets or anything like that, or it was not valid. Even if you really do believe that, which again is not what I happen to believe, but even if you do, I think the last 8 months should have proven to everyone why and how that kind of a event can take place. And I think a lot of people, even that were in those days and weeks following that, were really kind of like adamant that you couldn't possibly say anything like that. I think a lot of people have come around to understanding that, even on the basic level, you know? Yeah, this is true. Insurgents podcast guest Matt Leave. I agree with this. Israel's worked tirelessly to make the answer to "Do you condemn Hamas?" go from yes to be honest, I kind of get it. I mean, like I said, I know the people are at different places when it comes to this conversation, but I think a lot of people, like, how do you not look at events like the massacre in Rafah yesterday, and there was another massacre as well yesterday, and the images that came out of that, children being beheaded, children being burned alive, and seeing people celebrating that, not making excuses for it. There's plenty of that to go around, but celebrating it, laughing about it. How do you not look at that and be like, this is a nation that deserves whatever is coming its way? You know? Like, I really feel like a lot of people have kind of, even if they don't want to articulate this, have kind of come to this belief. Like, I was thinking about that, like the images of the dead babies and stuff, and all the images of dead kids that we've seen over the last 8 months, but especially just over the last few days. How it's just like, it's not a normal human reaction to see that and be like, well, they had it coming. You know? I was thinking about this in the context of October 7th and all the lies that were told about the beheaded babies and babies in ovens and babies being cut out of women's stomachs. And I know they're not in their stomachs. You know what I mean? I know they're not physically inside the stomach. I get that. But all these like horror stories, which were proven to be not true. Like, imagine if there was evidence of that. Imagine if those stories were 100% true, and there were like images and videos of these atrocities happening. None of us, not me, not you, no one would justify that and be like, oh, they deserved it. They had it coming. No one would say that. No one. No matter how much you hate Israel, no matter how much you support Palestinians. If there was actual evidence of those kind of crimes happening and we saw that, no one would say, oh, no, that's okay to me. That's good, actually. Not one person, unless they're just like a deeply sick person. And meanwhile, you have actual evidence of this happening in Rafah, and people see it and they laugh about it. They celebrate it. This is not normal. That's not a normal way to act. Like, this is a sick society. And like I was saying yesterday, I know that there's historically been progressive forces in Israel and people that really genuinely believe that it could be this force for good and that they could have these kind of values and still support Israel. But like, you can't anymore. Like, to the extent that these people exist, and I know they do exist, it's not for them anymore. They don't have a voice in what Israel is, in the political constitution of what it is. It's not for them. If it ever was, it's not for them anymore. the shifting of the narrative, like hour to hour. Hamas did it. No, we did it, but we have reasons. Oh, it was a mistake in like 6 hours. Oh, and then we're going to invest. Now, yeah, of course they're going to investigate now. And it's hard not to see it as anything but a direct challenge to Biden and the Democratic Party when they say no operation in Rafah, or we're that's the red line, and then they say, oh, it's the red line, is it? It's the red line, and the ICJ says no more operation in Rafah. You have to stop, and they say, oh, we have to stop, do we? How about this? And they commit another massacre of people sleeping in tents, burning little kids alive, beheading little kids in full view of the whole world. And it's just daring anybody to stop them. Like, it's deliberate, right? It's 100% deliberate. And now it's like, oh, and they're just saying now, like, oh, it was an accident. Oh, that was just a tragic mistake, and we're going to investigate it. And they're just daring people to like do anything about it. And we know nothing's going to happen. There's going to be no investigation, or there will be, and they'll say Hamas. Oh, it's really unfortunate. And they're already saying this. It's really unfortunate. Hamas was storing some rocket launchers in one of these tents, and we used precision guided missiles to go after it. So it was just a mistake that happened. It's really unfortunate. And they're just daring their Western benefactors to fucking say something about it. We always knew something would test Biden in 24, and here it is, failing like they always would have. Yeah, and it's just absolutely pathetic. And now Biden has painted himself into this corner because of his own fucking racism and his own unrepentant support for Israel that he's shown for his entire career. And now he's like, you have to either do something, like you've said, this is a red line. And they went right up to your red line now and committed the worst atrocity that you can possibly imagine. So what do you do now? Are you going to cut them off? Or are you going to bullshit and equivocate and keep sending them weapons to continue doing it? I think it's going to be the second thing. I don't think he is going to cut them off. And you have like all these progressive Democrats who have tried to walk this line of like, I'm against the war in Gaza, but I support Biden. Now you have all these progressive Democrats saying like, look, they went up to the red line. You have to do something. He's not going to do shit. A secondary explosion after a small munition was dropped on the tent is the new line. Yeah, no, I think they said that like a fuel tank caught on fire because of shrapnel or something like that, which is still, even if that's true, when you bomb a tent and it has a secondary explosion, there's no fucking difference. If you're burning people alive and murdering, kids, it makes no fucking difference. You're the one that dropped the missile in this designated safe zone. Exactly. Yeah, Lodan, I'm just really tired of this whole argument. Like, it's like how completely fucked do you have to be, just completely twisted up inside with this like partisan brainworms to see the images of what we're seeing in Rafah right now. And when someone says, I'm horrified by this, I'm not going to vote for the guy that created this, and you say, well, the other guys are worse. It's like, after a certain point, you have to fucking wake up and realize what's going on here and what you've convinced yourself to support. Like, it's honestly crazy to me. This is a democracy, but also you need to vote for Biden or else you're a fascist who hates our country. There might be no more democracy. Can you imagine? There might be no more democracy. Can you imagine America and non-democratic America? I know it's crazy to think about, but this could happen. This could be the possible future on the horizon if you don't vote for Joe Biden. And there's a major like hit piece in Politico that came out today with all kinds of anonymous quotes there of people trying to throw Biden under the bus. Like, it really is. They're in full disarray. Like, the whole Democratic Party is in full disarray right now. They don't want to believe the fascism is already here because they're prejudiced towards what's easiest for them, and it's so obvious and embarrassing from the outside. And Canadians are very guilty of this too. When you talk about Canada being fascist, it's really anywhere in the empire, and it's like this country can't be fascist because like my life is pretty good. It's almost like you're saying that I personally benefit from this fascist system, but that can't be true. That can't be true. I like Cardi, but I don't want to vote for genocide as bare minimum. Like I was saying yesterday, people are going to vote. Like, if you really think that like if you live in a community where you think your vote matters, which most people do not, and you really feel like it makes a difference, like vote for whoever you want. But like this whole idea of like, you have to do this, you have to. The other guys are so much worse. You have to support. Do you know how bad it's going to be? Like, when they're doing the worst thing. When they're doing the worst thing that you can imagine. Canadians are more annoying than Americans, to be honest, because while Americans are chauvinists, of course, Canadians hold that same thought of supremacy over other nations, but also think we're better than Americans. That is true. That's a good point. Canadians are uniquely fucking annoying and reactionary. The mass slippage of racism in this country has been a sight to behold for me over the last couple of years as well. It was always like bubbling under the surface, that Canadian nationalistic, chauvinistic kind of racism. Like, it was always there, but it was still kind of like under this surface level, like, oh, we're multicultural, blah, blah, blah. The freak out people are having over like Indians now. Indians have become like the number one like immigrant group. You see there's like posts on Twitter and TikTok now that are basically just like Indians bad and just like tens of thousands of likes. I went to IKEA and it was all Indians. 10,000 likes. It's like, okay. There's no real point to it. In a society where it's like they need to bring in immigrants to do labor that there's not enough people to do. And then people complain about immigrants coming in and doing the labor working in Tim Hortons or wherever it is. And people complain and complain and complain because this is a country for white people. That's ultimately what it comes down to. This is our special little place. They want an ethno-state just like as Israel's an ethno-state. That's why they love Israel so much. That's ultimately what it comes down to. They can wrap this like, they can wrap it into kind of like a concern trolling about like material conditions or housing or jobs or whatever it is. Ultimately, it's like, this is a country for white people, and anything that like that threatens that for me is just inherently something to be struggled against. I lost my mind with is it worse than Trump on my lib friends the other day, and I think I scared them because I said fascism is on the rise exponentially either way, which is, of course, like, I totally agree. Doesn't really splash back on them because they're financially well off, white, male, straight, able-bodied. Yeah. I think there's two areas where like the liberal part of the liberal faction of the ruling class are better than the conservative faction of the ruling class, no matter what country you're in. Generally, on labor issues and environmental issues, they're going to be marginally better. Nowhere near good enough to like where they need to be. But those are two areas where you can say, okay, there's like a little bit of a difference between these two sides. But when you're like, whatever, even if you can make this argument or make this claim, which is still dicey, it's like they're not even anywhere near where they need to be on either of these issues. But when you're sponsoring the mass murder of little kids in Gaza, despite this, it's like, I'm sorry, but like you still can't make this argument to people. Because if you're just like, well, I care about these environmental issues and these labor issues, ultimately you're saying that like, I guess it's just the whole dead kids thing in Gaza is just something I have to tolerate. I have to hold my nose and tolerate it. It's like, well, there's a lot of people that don't find that tolerable, and I don't blame them. I don't think it is tolerable, no matter, even if you might be able to point out these differences. People complaining that Indian immigrants are taking all the jobs because employers will pay them $10 an hour under the table, and Canadians can't do that. No criticism of the employers skirting the law to squeeze as much profit from the already exploited workers. Just pure racism. Yeah, like I've been saying, Old Dutch, it's like, let's blame the fucking people that are being exploited in this process because we're so fucking completely incapable of criticizing our bosses and the landlords and our ruling class.
I found this.
Lucid, hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Lucid. Welcome, Raiders. Bring it in here. It's me, Rob. Hello. How's it going? We just watched the Reagan trailer. We got a Reagan biopic coming out. Do I want to see it? I don't know. I don't know if I do. Do I? But like I was saying, it's I made a TikTok about this a couple weeks ago. It's very that actually was popular. It's my one viral TikTok. People, it's peasant mentality when you're blaming the Indian immigrant at Tim Hortons, or you're blaming immigrants for the housing issues or like whatever real genuine economic issues you might be able to point to, and you're not blaming the bosses and the landlords. It's peasant. You have peasant mentality. It is pathetic. It's beyond pathetic. Let me find someone lower on the ladder that I can punch rather than criticize my fucking boss or my landlord for a moment. This looks like a future Community watch. I wonder if they show Reagan like shitting his diaper and consulting with a dream interpreter to set policy in this movie.
Welcome to your life.
And of course, you got to have the slow motion pop song.
But a president, now he can do a thing or two.
Everybody wants to rule the world.
Nancy
I will
the
be
throat
frank with you
goat.
that as a citizen, I would not like to see any political party outlawed on the basis of its ideology, because I still believe, Mr. Chairman, that democracy can handle it.
But he does want that,
I
though.
was a brand new KGB officer, given my first intelligence assignment. A certain actor and union leader.
Dutch, there's a purpose for your life.
You can run from a bully for so long, but after a while, you're gonna have to stand up to him.
It's my boy!
There's about to be another war right here in Hollywood. The commies on one side, the mob on the other. And you're right in the middle, son.
If you put as much work into your career as you do making your speeches, you'd have an Oscar by now.
Hello, I'm Nancy Davis.
Hello, Nancy Davis. I'm Ron Reagan.
I'm curious, Ron. What would you say is the issue of our time?
No question about it. Communism and the Soviet Union.
Get in the game. Run for office.
It's you!
I'm running for governor, and I would like your vote.
I forgot your name.
Do his initials help, or R?
Honey, Roy Rogers is here! And he's running for governor!
Ronnie, remember when we met? You told
That's like me.
that you wanted to make a difference in this world.
Mr. Gorbachev, where are my jelly beans?
Governor Reagan again, typically, is against such a proposal.
There you go again.
But he was not afraid to take us on.
There's nothing a retired governor can do about the Soviets, but a president. Now he can do a thing or two.
Welcome to your life.
Didn't we see this?
I was
Oh. Wait.
a lifeguard on a river.
Did you just replay the same part?
And I learned how to
We saw this part already. Who's this editor?
not just the ones on the surface.
Man, you almost did it. Hinckley.
Also the ones
Hinckley, you legend. You almost fucking did it.
I am about to start the biggest war of this century, and I'm not gonna fire a single shot.
You're gonna blow up 8 years of diplomacy.
Well, if you think that got their undies in a wad, you just wait.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight!
I want you to
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Wants to rule the world.
Man. Mr. Rusokov, tear down this poutine. Hello, Twitchy Nose Rabbit. How's it going? It does look like shit. Yes, it does. Mr. Gorbachev, I'll give you some Pizza Hut. I'll give you blue jeans and Pizza Hut. Oh, I just had an accident in my pants. Looks pretty bad. It's amazing how even a lot of Democrats are like, remember when things used to be decent. Remember when decency was in the White House. Ronald Reagan, I may not have agreed with him, but by God, did I respect him. No Scott Stapp as Sinatra's 0 to 10 trailer. Is that real? That's the kind of thing that, like, I can't tell if people are being serious about that. Will Contra be mentioned? It seemed like it was mentioned. That was the whole, like, what did the president know and when did he know it? That kind of thing. Wow, it's on IMDb. It's a real thing. I just unfollowed some guy on Twitter who's good on climate and a specialist, but he's so dem-pilled. He said last week, politics used to be normal. I know. Like, it was that, like, I think he used to be Dr. Vox, and now he's something else. I know. People are just like, that's what the partisan brainworms do to you. They whine about the past instead of changing and becoming more normal, more radical. I mean, their own guy right now is like sending in riot cops to beat the shit out of protesting college students. And he's on TV basically calling these students Nazis while he sends bombs to Israel to blow up little kids and burn kids alive sleeping in tents. And people are like, man, if this man has brought dignity and respectability back to the White House. I wish we could go back to the days of normalcy. Like, it's truly fucking amazing. Also, doesn't that imply communists oppose crime? Yeah, I mean, and this is a central problem with, like, the Western labor movement it's never fully recovered from. The fact that all the socialists and communists were purged from the labor movement, and it ended up getting mostly co-opted by the mafia. You know, that was a central part of the neoliberal project, right? And then, like, Reagan comes to power in 1980 and then picks off whatever's left, because you need principled socialists and communists in that union movement. All of those folks are purged during that era, and then, you know, leaving the labor movement just completely ripe for total destruction, which is what Ronald Reagan engaged in once he became president. Which it's still in recovering from. There's been some really exciting and inspiring movement on that front over the last couple of years in both the US and the UK. But it took decades to recover from that. Oh, it looks really bad. And no thank you to Lucid for sharing that. I didn't like it, and it made me unhappy to look at that. But thank you for the raid, Lucid, and I do appreciate it. And thanks, folks, for joining the stream. And please, if you're still here and you haven't smashed the follow button, if you're just lurking, please do hit the good old follow button. If you can, please support the stream, if possible. As you know, I must try to make the little number at the bottom of the screen down there go up each and every day. It's part of the Faustian bargain that I have made with the Twitch/Amazon Corporation, that I can have my little radio show on here as long as this little number goes up on a day-to-day basis. So if you do enjoy this program, if you like the commentary and the analysis and the discussion and the community, and if you even just like looking at this, you know, even if you just like looking at this, please do subscribe or gift subs or what have you, if you can. It really does help a lot, and I appreciate it a whole lot. Now I'm going to continue eating this apple. Mmm. Mmm. I imagine the pipes are clogged. And after that brilliant call to action, we're going to get more. Those subs are going to start flowing in. I've got to tell you sometimes too, if you ever wonder about, like, from my perspective, the way this shit is like gamified, it's like I'm in this daily race against time. I have this like total subscriber number up at the bottom of my screen over there. I'm pointing to it right now. But like, it's constantly dropping. It's so evil. Because like when a month long, like if someone gets a gifted subscription, the day comes like 1 month later and it's not renewed, the number drops. So sometimes I'm sitting here trying to make this number go up, and then I got another number over there that's going down at the same time. So sometimes it's like you're trying to like bail out a leaky boat. This is the feeling, you know? And this has been intentionally inflicted upon me by the Twitch Corporation. This is just what it's done to my brain. Gamified this whole process. And made me feel like my economic security is inherently tied up in it. It's very unfortunate, I'll tell you. Please bail faster, we're drowning. I'm trying. I just did the call to action. What am I supposed to do over here? Excuse me. I'm starting to think about having a second Diet Coke, honestly. The first one was very nice. I think a second can might actually hit pretty good.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Drink some water. I guess I could possibly do that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob
as we talked about it
through all this.
As we did talk about it, though, it is like 99.9% water. It's literally made out of water. Take a shot of whiskey and drink another DC and hit the weed. I don't think I have any booze here. I guess I should. Maybe I should become one of those booze guys that just has some stuff laying around, but I don't actually have that. If I ever want to drink, I go over to the Dipender next door and I get a fruity sour beer or two. The thirst for DC. Well, that's the thing. Daddy's getting a little thirsty. Daddy's getting a little thirsty for another DC. I'm not going to lie. And thank you, Anon, for gifting a sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Anon. Diet Coke is water that tastes good. Exactly. And it's got good chemicals in it as well. Stream drunk. That was what the New Year's stream was about. The now legendary New Year's stream where I drank a bottle of champagne and got really sweaty and sang a bunch of Bob Seger songs. It must have been really funny to be one of my neighbors, like coming home from some New Year's thing, going up the stairs, and you just hear me belting out fucking night moves. What the hell's going on over here? What's going on in this place? Who's this guy? What's this guy all about? The reformulation of Fresca isn't terrible. Did they reformulate it? I love Fresca, actually. I haven't had a Fresca in quite a while. I love Fresca. Really, the only issue with Fresca, well, it's a good nighttime soda. But I think soda and caffeine are synonymous for me. Fresca, though, very refreshing. The New Year's stream kicked so much ass. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was fun. I did quite enjoy it. It's basically Fresca, but less syrupy and more sparkling watery. Interesting. Very interesting. Remember when we were in a primitive society when ordering a Diet Coke got you emasculated and called an F slur in public? Yeah, it was like, this is like women's. This is women's soda. Ugh. Slamming a Coke and firing a gun up in the air. Yeah, Fresca was always sugar-free. Yeah. Very refreshing. Grapefruit soda. Coke Zero was the alleged solution to this. They should have called it Coke Extreme. Coke Extreme. This ain't your granddaddy's Coca-Cola. But feminizing Diet Coke remains supreme. Okay, I'm having another one now. Enough, fuck this. Fuck this. Get them to disappointed in the casual nature of those sweatpants. Rob, your worker should be wearing a suit. They're actually shorts. Sky's out, thighs out. That's right. That's what they say. If we aren't wearing 5-inch inseams this summer, like the time to make the switch was 2 summers ago, you know? If you're still not now, it's like, it's time to grow up. It's time to grow up now, you know? Let's get real here. These shorts are too long. Wow. I actually kind of agree. I have shorter. You're wearing those shorts and you want me to believe that you can head up a think tank for Western destabilization? Yes, absolutely. Listen, if we ever start doing the think tank stuff, if I ever go to give a speech or something, I'll clean up, you know? I'll wear something nice. Return to 80s modernity, crop top and 5-inch inseams. The crop top for me would be a bold choice. Let's say I don't quite have a rippling 6-pack anymore. Let's just say that. I maybe once did in my younger days. I'm about to turn 41. I no longer have a rippling 6-pack. But sometimes you just need to embrace it, though, at the same time. Maybe I should make that everyone else's problem. You know? Maybe I should make it everyone else's problem. I did load date. I was in very good shape. You see, Rob, this is where you're mistaken. A nice, soft, furry belly is in. That's funny too, because I'm like almost totally hairless. I'm smooth. I'm a smooth boy. I have a little something down there, but like very little. I'm smooth like a seal. Exactly. I don't know. Look like one of those cats. I love those Sphinx cats. Ohio billionaire plans to take 20 million sub to Titanic site to prove industry safer after OceanGate implosion. Good. You know what? I think now is the time for all of these intrepid billionaires to prove that they're not scared. I agree. I think it's really important to rescue this entire industry, this like billionaire adventure tourism industry. I think they should prove that this is safe. You know, this was a freak accident. It was just a fluke. And I think more billionaires need to be getting down there to rescue this burgeoning industry. You know, it's the Titanic. It's exciting. You should go and look at it. That's really interesting. I think more and more billionaires need to be getting, like, really kickstarting this industry. One little mistake. Yeah, it's in the space program, there was mistakes too. People died. You know, that's what happens when you're pushing the boundaries of humanity. That's what happens. You know? So I couldn't agree more. I hope more of these billionaires do that. We'd all be very impressed. Boy, would I ever be impressed if more of these billionaires went and checked this out. I'd be like, whoa, these people are so brave and cool. They should have full domination and control over my entire life. Look at how adventurous they are. That's what I'd be saying personally. Do you really want to stick it to those regulatory bodies or not? Are we going to let the suits decide? The government? You're going to allow the government to set a bunch of red tape? I don't think so. I don't think so. Elon should build his own sub. He's already bragged famously about his sub building capabilities. Now is the time for courage. Absolutely. Oh, where was it? Let me see if I can find it. I don't save enough shit that I'm trying to look for. Did I really not like that post or save it? That's very frustrating. I saw a video of like a Cybertruck struggling to get up some kind of like embankment and just totally stuck. Just totally stuck. Yeah, okay, here it is. Look at this. Remember Elon Musk actually said that this thing could like go in water and like act like a boat. This fucking liar. It's so funny that people still take this guy seriously. Like, listen, I get it. I get you bought into the propaganda campaign. You believe that he was some tech genius. Okay, you got conned. I know it's embarrassing, but like you have to admit it at some point that he got you. You know, it's like this is one of the biggest problems, right? People just can't admit. They can't admit that they got conned. They've got to double down and triple down, even when seeing it with their own eyes. It's really true. Because that would say something. If I admitted that he was this con man that knows nothing about what he's fucking talking about, that would like reflect poorly on me and my decision making. He is the monorail guy from The Simpsons. That's why I called him famously on this program a monorail bitch. Dumb guys can't face their own stupidity. I mean, it's really part of it. Like, I feel like I could have been one of these guys in 2013, 2014. I bought into a lot of this like Silicon Valley tech propaganda. I remember I had a good conversation with Edward Anguesso Jr. a year or two ago about this. I really kind of bought into this whole thing. And there was a big propaganda campaign to make people believe it. Or Obama, you know, the whole Obama thing. I bought into the Obama thing. But you have to be an adult after a certain point, and it gets to a point where you realize, oh, I was wrong. You know? I was wrong. I got conned. There's no shame in it. But it's like, this is what people can't seem to do. The poor driver's going to miss divorce court hearing. Look at this. What is this? What are these guys doing? This truck's like $200,000. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not going up, man. It's not going up. It's not going to happen, sir. Amazing.
How's it looking?
I'd go this way a little bit. Okay, hold on. Yeah. You're kind of high centered on a log.
Yeah?
You what?
Like I care.
Yeah, I guess you're good.
They look very concerned. Should I just back up?
You're good. I think, yeah, you're like above it. I
can't get over that big, huge one over there, can I?
Yeah, you probably can. Yeah.
Just go right?
I'd kind of like, you can get your tire probably on it, but you should definitely try to cut around it.
Ugh. That doesn't sound good.
I'd go this way just a little bit. Yep.
No?
You might have to back
it up?
Just a little bit. Give it a little bit more of a bump, I guess. There you go. You'll probably have to bump it a little bit.
There we go. Now we're set. Oh, this is so fun.
It's okay.
It doesn't seem like it is.
I'm having so much fun.
That poor log. Yeah, there's a piece of plastic on that one.
Yeah, gone?
Oh, there goes the rear mud flap.
Yep. All right, hold on. There we go.
Wanted to get to a comment here. Was it? I have a close friend who's self-made, wealthy, but egregiously rich, but enough, not egregiously rich, but enough to live comfortably. He worships Elon because he genuinely believes he's a boy genius who lives a libertarian's dream. Well, he certainly lives a libertarian's dream, is just like getting extremely wealthy off of government handouts, despite not actually doing or producing anything. So yeah, he is living the libertarian dream. But the boy genius thing, that I don't understand. That I don't get how you could still believe that. I get it at one point. I know that was the narrative that was sold to people about this guy, that he's like some brilliant genius, Tony's like real life Tony Stark and all this stuff. That's what they were saying in like 2012, 2013. But now though, now there's more than enough evidence for any like critically thinking person to say like, oh, obviously that's not true. This guy doesn't actually know about like auto design or rocketry or anything that he claims, or coding or social media or comedy, humor. He doesn't actually know about any of these things that he claims to. Like, surely you've got to see that now, but Jesus. You know, want to know one of my like one of my darkest secrets though? I'm comfortable. Listen, I know we're close. We're a tight-knit community. I feel okay admitting this to you. But like the Cybertruck, if like Elon had never invented the Cybertruck and you saw one driving around like China, I would probably be one of those people saying like, look how far advanced they are. I would probably find it cool. I would probably find it cool if it was driving around Beijing. That's one of my darkest secrets. Or like the Las Vegas Sphere. If the Las Vegas Sphere was in Beijing, I would like, look at how advanced they are ahead of us. Look at this is what an actually like developed country looks like now. Although in this alternate reality, I'm imagining the Cybertruck would actually like work. The Cybertruck would actually work and be cool. Maybe if it wasn't a truck. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Like I've said before, it's like there's this tech thing with like seeing vehicles in films basically, or vehicles or technology in like dystopian science fiction films, and then being like, let's invent that. You know? When it's like the whole purpose of a lot of the time of these films is talking about how the thing is bad, but they just see the technology in this film and they strip away all the context and they're like, great, this is good. Let's make this. Yeah, the Torment Nexus. This is a really good tweet because it describes a very, very real phenomenon. In my book, I invented the Torment Nexus as a cautionary tale. Tech company. At long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel, Don't Create the Torment Nexus. Like, that's very, very accurate. Oh, shit. Here's the tweet. I just read the tweet to you, but here it is. What if we did Skynet, but it was cool? And then you have these guys being like, you know what? This proliferation of AI, it's really worrying. It's really troubling. We have to do something about it. Well, what's the problem? It's not racist enough. It's terrifying. The AI is woke. It's woke. That's the problem. That's what we need to be talking about. That's what we should focus on. The AI is nowhere near racist enough. This is really a problem. Yeah, they fed it Reddit so much. Now it thinks it's a jokester. Now the AI thinks it's doing jokes. It's like Data. When he gets the cigar and he's doing like the stand-up routine. Google China electric truck. They look way cooler than Teslas. I guess my point is, like, I don't hate the effort to like make stuff that looks like the future that we once imagined. I don't hate that basic concept. I hate Elon Musk doing that and creating this non-functional bullshit. I don't necessarily hate the notion of like in architecture or design or vehicles or whatever, trying to like create a new look of like the future, you know? I love this is cool. These Chinese electric trucks are really cool. Look at this one. Look at this little guy. This is probably so much more functional than the Cybertruck and probably carries more stuff as well. I don't know if you saw that another Cybertruck thing of like the guy that was like, look at all this stuff it's hauling. And he has like 4 bags of mulch in the back of his Cybertruck. He has 4 little bags of mulch that you could put in like a Hyundai Elantra. And it's like, yeah, I'm working. You could fit way more shit in this little guy. This tiny little guy. Yeah, those are cool. I guess that was my only point though, but I don't hate the idea, the concept of including like design elements that maybe like push the boundaries in architecture or in vehicle design or whatever it is, gadgets, tech stuff. I've moved comical amounts of material in a Toyota Corolla. Yeah. Did you hear BYD, which is the biggest Chinese manufacturer of EVs, is switching to sodium ion from lithium ion, specifically for small trucks and bikes, way more sustainable. I would love to be able to get one of these BYD vehicles if possible. I think that would be so cool to be able to actually get that. And it's so funny that our liberal ruling class, whose entire climate strategy revolves around EVs, is like, no, you can't get those. Those little Mitsubishi trucks were dope. Those are so cool. Should we talk about this? Like I do have material to talk about like EVs and China and the Biden trade war stuff. Should I do like an actual segment on this? I do have like material for us to look at about that. Rob, it's so unfair. They're selling them below cost. They're cheating. They're cheating. Is Canada going to do similar embargo on Chinese EVs? I imagine so, because we dutifully take orders from the United States State Department because we don't actually have sovereignty. We banned Huawei and imprisoned one of their executives. We went next level with that. It's not patriotic to try and take away my giant, angry, manly murder truck. Exactly. The only truck you're allowed to have is one where you can't see a 5-year-old child unless they're fucking anywhere below 25 feet in front of the truck. And as I've talked about it, so many of these motherfuckers that have turned like these incredibly expensive trucks into like their identity, and they like pretend to be working class. These people all live in fucking McMansions. They don't transport anything around. They don't do that kind of work. They don't move shit with it. It's purely a status symbol. That was a big part of the whole like trucker convoy. Oh, I'm so working class. I'm showing up in my like $200,000 murder truck. You don't work in that thing. You don't haul stuff. You don't tow stuff. You don't do shit. You fucking liar. That pisses me off so much. These people. We need 8 tires to drive to Walmart. Working class in my 90K F-150 Raptor limited edition. It's just unbelievable, these fucking people. I use it to go drive down to the strip mall and go to Costco. That's what they're hauling. That's what they're hauling in there. Honestly, the whole reason for the loss of small and mid-sized trucks because of cheap imports is fucking insane. I mean, it's really insane how the auto industry has had so much impact in general over our entire urban design for now, like all of modern history. And the fact that we haven't, in most places, Montreal is an exception because there's a very good transit system here. But the way that like our entire urban planning ethos was completely dictated by this industry. This 30-pack of Natty Light ain't gonna move itself. Unbelievable. Mr. Fancy Pants Rich Mickey over here with his transit. My favorite thing about that exchange, Mistress of Insanity, because it says, how the hell do you spell chauffeur, Fancy Pants Rich Mickey? Someone responds after with just spelling bee ass. I think that's so funny. Spelling bee ass. I think that's fantastic. You should have to get special licensing to have a truck and military clearance to have a Hummer, and should get 10 plus years in a work camp if you pay to play and have a Dodge Ram in the suburbs. Q, please give me the power. I completely agree, Lodane. I think that's an essential plank of Lodaneism, along with the nationalization of McDonald's and the Coca-Cola Corporation, which I happen to subscribe to. And Walmart and Amazon as well. I live in the Northeast. The fuck are they doing with these murder trucks transporting antiques they went shopping for with their wife? These people are such unbelievable frauds. Like in Canada, it's the Polyev voter. Just absolute frauds, and it's no wonder that they've circled around this absolute fraud himself as some kind of avatar for their fake working class bullshit cosplay. Well, if Canada does elect Pierre Poilievre, absolutely the prime minister we deserve. Absolutely. Everyone wants to be working class, but nobody likes workers. Yeah, or in Canada, like I'm talking about, it's like they see like Indian immigrants who are working class, working in Tim Hortons or wherever else, and they fucking can't stand them. They're like, get out of this country. It's for white people, this country. Do you want to work at Tim Hortons? They're like, well, no. but this hypothetical working class person that I've invented in my mind wants to work at Tim Hortons but can't because corporate DEI rules are mandating that they hire Indian immigrants, you see. The average lifted Dodge Ram owner would rather wither away like a sickly Victorian child doing 1 day of actual manual working class labor. For sure. Absolutely. God, election season in America is going to suck, but like this next coming election in Canada is going to be something else as well. Poverty cosplayers, even the first people that did grow up in some kind of working class background that have twisted themselves up as well. And they're like, they have this thing of like, I grew up on food stamps. No one ever gave me a handout. Like, people actually say stuff like that. I grew up on food stamps. You think I'd accept handouts from anybody? And it's like, but like, what? Look at this little guy as well. Look at this. It's just a little fella. Imagine growing up poor and failing to develop a sense of solidarity with other poor people. Well, it's something that's deeply ingrained in the American psyche. This like shame about like getting help, and like this shame about like asking for another crumb of like of support from the like ruling class, even when they took it themselves, and their refusal to acknowledge this. And this, like, sometimes you'll have these Americans primarily that are like have this double think where they literally, like I'm saying, they grew up with that, but they like somehow kind of pretend that they didn't, and that they simultaneously worked for everything while growing up with that, and but also don't want anyone else to ever have the same opportunities. Oh. Government should only spend on stuff I use, roads and sports stadiums. It's really weird, honestly. It's a really weird mentality. Okay, well, where are we at now? Let's see here. Let me just. Let me just have a little think here. Let me have a little think about what to do next. In fact, maybe I'll take a little break. Now that I'm getting started a little bit earlier, going on 2 hours into the stream, maybe I can take a little break and we can come back and we can focus on something a little bit more closely. This has been an extended "Hey, what's up?" conversation. I will just remind people once again that if you enjoy the show, please subscribe. I'm at 2 out of 35 subs. As you know, this number at the bottom of the screen must go up every single day, unfortunately. But if you do enjoy this program, if you like tuning into this show every day, if you like being part of the community, if you're a loyal chatter or viewer or listener, or even if you're not loyal, even if you're a lurker, if you just stopped by for the first time today, please support this program if you can. It really helps a lot. I'm averaging 1 sub an hour right now. Maybe we could move beyond that if possible. I don't know. I miss a lot of this show. Did Rob ever say what type of car he's leaning towards acquiring? Well, what I'm doing, what I'm trying for the next year at least, Perfect Speller, I think, is this program in Montreal called Communato, which is like you just pay an annual fee and then you can just use a car when you need it for a subsidized price, basically. If you need a car for an hour or two, which I'm going to need to transport my kid to and from school next year, it just seemed like a good option for me. You know, that's really the only reason that I need a car, is to just move a kid back and forth. A lot of, like, everything else that I need, I can get in walking distance. I live near a grocery store. I live near a pharmacy. I don't really need a car, maybe sometimes. So I thought this would be a good option. Like, it's still an expense, but it's not quite the same level of expense as like purchasing a car and having to get wheels and tires changed a couple times a year and serviced and gas and all this stuff. I think it's going to be cheaper than that and probably more convenient. So that's what I'm going to try. You know, it's the kind of thing, if money wasn't an object, maybe I would just get a car and deal with those expenses, but it is an object. So that's what I'm going for. I was thinking about buying a car, but I think I'm going to try to do this. As a nominative determinist, I nevertheless find it difficult to explain why Robs are so good at streaming. Are there other Robs that are out there? Are there other streamer Robs that are out there? I didn't even realize this. Maybe I'm forgetting somebody. Oh. The second Diet Coke is really hidden.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Plunger Man. Thank you for the 32 months resub at tier 2. Very kind of you, Plunger Man. Thank you. You've inspired me to have a second monster. That is too much. I remember the one time I tried to have multiple reigns and it really made me feel bad. So that I don't know if I can endorse, Jay, but if you enjoy it, I support you. Marty, how are you feeling about America's team? The Dallas Mavericks. On their way to a championship. And I'm going to be fully in the tank for the Mavs in this finals. There's going to be no ambiguity here for me. I'm going to be fully in the tank for America's team, the Dallas Mavericks. It is really something how listen, Anthony Edwards is fantastic. He's going to be a face of the league for years moving forward. Amazing two-way player, amazing poise and attitude 22 years old. He's so exciting. He's going to be the face of the league for a long time. He has been exposed somewhat in this series by Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving has just been torturing him. I think the other day he specifically said as well, he was like, I'm gonna guard Kyrie, and he kind of like really took on that challenge, and Kyrie absolutely just annihilated him. So it's not at all a criticism of him, because he's a really great player and he's going to be a superstar for years to come. But he's just not quite there yet. There was a little bit of a premature coronation for Anthony Edwards. The Stars, yeah, the Stars might be on their way to the finals too. Adam Copeland broke his tibia and expected to be out for months. I did just see that news, actually. That's too bad. Oh, well, I guess I will take a little break. I'm still 32 subs away from the goal, so a little bit of work to be done. A little bit of work to be done still. It's going to be a bit of a slog today, I think.
You're going to have a good
That's
old
okay.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Risk Inverse, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you, Risk Inverse. Very cool. Okay, I'm just going to take a little break. It's okay if today is a slog. I can handle it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you for the gifted sub as well and for all the support. That's a mere 16 hours of streaming at 2 slubs an hour. Exactly. No problem. No problem at all. Oh. Working overtime in the content mines. It sounds like a Springsteen song. Overtime in the content mines. There's no more. I mean, I talked about all these like fake working class people. There's no more of a humble working class person than the humble streamer. You know? Salt of the earth, roll up the sleeves, grab the lunch pail, and sit down for clock in for a shift in the content mines. Yep. Yep. Okay, let's see here. Okay, taking a little interlude. Working overtime in the content mines, producing mounds just so I can afford fudge rounds. Hell yeah.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Crackety Kraken, for the gifted sub. I'll just be back in a couple minutes, okay? I'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll lock in and we'll have some more good conversation. See you soon.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
CHAIR chair is what we want. Share is what we crave.
Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Hello. How's this little movie? How's the little audio-visual presentation I just left you with there? I just had a little sit. I had a little sit down outside. It's a beautiful day. Last night there was like a big rainstorm last night, which was kind of nice actually. Beautiful day today though. And I just had a little sit down. I had a little sit down outside. It was nice. What is it? It's Things to Come. It's an H.G. Wells science fiction movie. Sometimes I just like to turn on these old movies and put on some synthwave, and it just kind of like becomes a sort of thing. It becomes a sort of vibe. We've had about 4 extreme weather events in the last 6 weeks, more than any time prior to 2016 when we moved here. Probably nothing to worry about. I mean, I don't know what it's been like over there the last couple of days, Marty, but like I was saying yesterday, it was crazy winds all day yesterday. Like I blew my chair over outside. I felt like the tree outside my apartment was going to fall down a couple times yesterday. And then I was watching like basketball highlights, and I think it was like Brian Windhorst in Dallas, and he's like, crazy winds. And it's just like, that seems like a long distance to have 2 really similar extreme weather events. Like, how big is this like storm system that's affecting both Montreal, Quebec, and Dallas at the same time? There was a tornado just outside Montreal. Like, no, it was crazy yesterday. It's really disturbing, this kind of stuff, the increasing frequency of it. This is a cool effect here, all the planes in the sky. It snapped the top off our 100-year-old oak tree out front while we were on vacation. Mexico City is flooded, and there was just like massive heat wave temperature in Mexico City as well. Man. There could never be more than one weather system with high winds. Well, I know, like it's probably just 2 separate things, but I guess it's just a worrying sign of like these increasing extreme weather events, and like the increasing frequency of it, the increasing severity. And I had this kind of disturbing dystopian feeling of like how this is just how things are going to be, and it's just going to be little by little, and it's going to become more normal and more run of the mill. And you see it on like random things like NBA highlights on YouTube of like reporters talking about it, what's going on outside, and I don't know, it's just a weird feeling. Mexico City also sinking. That's good. Did you cover this yet? Let me see. Or are they really doing this shit again? Yeah, so James, we talked about how that was what they were blaming. They were blaming the massacre in Rafah because we were going after these Hamas guys, and there was shrapnel from our direct targeted strike that led to a secondary fire. Like, I know that was like the justification that they were using, but I didn't realize they were doing the whole phone call thing. I didn't realize they went back in the bag for the classic phone call bit that they like to do early in this genocide. They busted that out. Everyone made fun of them, and they were like, let's bring it back. Let's bring this back. The bullshit phone call bit. I don't even listen to their reasons. I don't engage. I mean, it's entirely predictable. You don't need to listen because it's the same thing every time, right? You know, it wasn't us. It's misinformation. It was Hamas. Oh, it was us, but we were trying to get Hamas and it was an accident. It'll never happen again. And then it happens again repeatedly. It's just the same time. It's the same thing every single time. It'll get over. We're going to get over this. We're going to get this Hamas phone call bit. It's going to get over. Keep going to the well. No, yeah, they're doing the fake phone calls. I guess let's get into it. We can maybe look at this Politico piece that's trying to throw Biden under the bus as well. I still don't even know if he's going to be the nominee in the coming election. They're doing the classic phone call bit. And to be clear, like when we talk about this, even in this version of events where, oh, we didn't intentionally bomb these people sleeping in tents in Rafah, we simply had engaged in a targeted strike on these Hamas guys, and then incidentally from that, we just happened to burn some children alive by accident. Even if that was true, that's still a horrific war crime. Even if that is the reasoning, even if that's 100% true. The fake nurse thing was crazy. Like, I can't believe this shit. It's truly been like brain breaking over the last 8 months. The fake nurse? Are you fucking kidding me? And people still take this shit seriously. People still are like, no, let's give them the benefit of the doubt on this one. Rather than instantly believing that it's all a lie, like whatever these fucking psychos say, there's still people saying like, oh, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. The fake nurse, oh, ya Allah, Hamas has taken over the hospital. Like comically bad, embarrassingly bad. Ya Allah, Hamas has taken over the hospital. Hamas. They are taking all the medication. It's like almost a French accent. It's not even like Arab or Palestinian. Insane. Like, what the fuck is this? It's beyond parody. It's beyond anything that I can imagine. That it's comically bad, or it would be comically bad if it wasn't being used to justify and excuse like mass murder, the most horrific crimes that we've seen in our lifetimes. It's truly insane. Seriously, like we can't underestimate how insane it is. I don't know how any of us are still holding on to our sanity after all this time. It's why I'm so thankful to have this show and to have a community that shows up in the show genuinely. Because like if I was just absorbing all this shit on my own, I would have fucking lost it by now. It is insane. And so now they have some phone. They're going back to the phone call bit. I wish the IDF would bomb us, inshallah. We don't even know what they're going to say. Brother, it is our fault that the children were killed in Rafah. We've fooled the world into pretending that it was Israel's fault. Inshallah. Something like that. And of course, it's one of these OSINT guys. OSINT defender. The brave heroes of Ukrainian resistance. The Israel Defense Force has released a phone call which was intercepted between two residents of Gaza who state that Sunday night's explosion and fire at the Palestinian refugee camp in Western Rafah resulted from possible shrapnel from the Israeli airstrike on a group of senior Hamas members who were over 180 meters from the camp, causing a detonation of Hamas munitions which had been hidden inside or near the refugee camp. Once again, even if true, let's say this is the exact version of reality, that's a war crime. That's still a war crime. And I imagine this is what Biden's going to go with. This, when people ask Biden and their fucking State Department lackeys about this is what they're going to say. Well, preliminary intelligence indicates that it was an accident and due is due to this munitions dump. That's what they're going to say. And we saw children, the bodies of children, like mutilated beyond recognition, burned alive. This is what they're going to say. And they're doing this phone call bullshit to try and justify this.
وبيقولوا بقوا قاعدين في اجتماع بعدين قعدهم ذخيره لما صوت السلاح بدا يتفجر وشمت المصارف اتبعتر ابو رفيق مستودع سلاح
Yes, it's an ammunition warehouse. The Jewish bombing wasn't strong. This is amazing. The Jewish bombing wasn't strong. It was a small missile because it didn't create a large hole. Man, good thing for them that they uncovered this phone conversation that shows that it was actually not that big of a deal. This is insane. And it is the same accent. This is fucking insane. It wasn't even a big bombing. It was just a small little missile. And it was because they had an ammo dump in there that it blew up. Good Lord.
عن صاروخ صغير لانه مش واحد جوره كبيره وعرضه فيطلع توابع لتفجيرات كتير.
And this is going to be enough. This is going to be enough for Joe Biden and the fucking psychos and sociopaths in the Brandon administration. Good thing Israel uncovered this call that absolves them. Exactly. Wow. And excuse me, Bleep Lord, thanks for the 200 bits 17 minutes ago. I'm sorry for not acknowledging that. AI is going to make this nonsense so much better. Yeah, seriously. So which is it? Psychological warfare? Are they trying to break our brains, or do they just not have to lie well? I do think it's part of it is like testing the boundaries of what they can get away with. Like, we can have a justification. We can do anything. We can do anything in full view of the world. And if we have, even with the most flimsy bullshit excuse, watch the president of the United States go and prostrate himself and humiliate himself and continue sending us the bombs and bullets. Just fucking watch. Or over here on planet Earth, the IOF targeted a fuel supply so the people who didn't die in its assault would be unable to cook or heat whatever shelter remains to them. Or on another planet Earth, it's just like, oh, you want to have a red line in Rafah? The Biden administration wants us to have a red line. The International Court of Justice wants to have a red line in Rafah. Well, here, how about we bomb this refugee camp and then come up with some flimsy bullshit to justify the murder of a bunch more little kids? How about that? And it's as simple as that. Like, Zionists love talking about secondary explosions because then they can claim their 1,000 kilogram, 1 metric ton bombs are only hitting Hamas, and all civilian deaths are because of Hamas ammunition and fuel blowing up. It is a convenient excuse, isn't it? We have precision bombings. We have precision drone strikes and bombings that are just going after these Hamas guys. But then, because these evil monsters store all these ammunition and fuel next to elementary schools, it's their fault that stuff happens. You know what I love about this? That even if we take them at face value, that means they sent a tiny missile in a huge camp and it managed to hit the one thing that would explode in a huge fireball. Sounds to me that's on purpose, considering they keep saying we hit exactly what we're aiming at. It does kind of seem like that, doesn't it? It's just absolutely pathetic. Unlucky as Wile E. Coyote. Let's look at this. you can see now there's like more panic setting in. So it seems like you have two factions of the Democratic Party right now. You have like a public faction that's going out and apologizing and excusing and justifying this, number one, and downplaying all the like polling data that they're getting right now that shows that they're getting their asses kicked and they're about to lose the election. And basically just downplaying those polls, saying that there's polling bias. It's exactly 100% like what Trump was saying prior to 2016, the cucked polls. Exactly like what these like alt-right people were saying prior to 2016. So you have this like faction, this public faction that's doing both of those things, downplaying these polling results, saying, oh, people are going to come around, they're going to go and do what needs to be done in November, going out in press conferences and making excuses for this stuff and obfuscating and all the stuff that they're doing. And you have like this faction that privately is like trying to escape like rats from a sinking ship and trying to kind of like talk about what's going on behind the scenes. I have varying levels of respect for these people, even the people that have like quit the administration. Like it took this, like, okay, congratulations for quitting after 6-7 months, but like, Jesus Christ, like how many people are still there? So I don't have a huge amount of respect for these people, but it does definitely seem like there's this kind of like growing faction that is trying to knife Biden ahead of the next couple of months, that recognize how fucked they are and are trying to course correct now. Maybe it's the Hillary faction. Maybe it will be Hillary. Maybe this is all this like Politico piece here is like the Hillary hatchet job. Still with her, absolutely. Me too. Here's what some of these people are saying. This is the piece. It's in Politico. Dems in full-blown freak out over Biden. You don't want to be that guy who's on the record saying we're doomed or the campaign's bad or Biden's making mistakes. Nobody wants to be that guy, said a Democratic operative in close touch with the White House and granted anonymity to speak freely. But Biden's stubbornly poor polling and the stakes of the election are creating the freakout, he said. This isn't, oh my God, Mitt Romney might become the problem. It's, oh my God, the democracy might end. Which, once again, I mean, is hilarious in and of itself. Our precious American democracy, it might go away after this election. While he's long lagged Biden in cash on hand, Trump's fundraising outpaced the president's by $25 million last month and included a record-setting $50 million haul from an event in Palm Beach, Florida. It's so funny to fearmonger about American democracy being under threat and then talk about how, by the way, to run for president, you need to be able to go and raise hundreds of millions of dollars. Who are the people that have hundreds of millions of dollars, by the way? Is it average, like working class people? Or is it all the massive corporations that own the fucking country? Gee, I wonder. But man, it would be a really damn shame if something happened to our beautiful American democracy if it was challenged in some way. You have these two corporate-sponsored candidates, both deranged and senile old fucks, who are 100% financed by just different factions of like the corporate America that controls both parties. Amazing. So that at the same time that you're fear-mongering about democracy, you're like, Trump just raised $50 million in one evening. Who's paying that $50 million? It's not coal miners. One advisor to major Democratic Party donors provided a running list that's been shared with funders of nearly 24 reasons why Biden could lose, ranging from immigration and high inflation to the president's age, the unpopularity of Vice President Kamala Harris, and the presence of third-party candidates like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Donors ask me on an hourly basis about what I think, the advisor said, calling it so much easier to show them, so while they read it, I can pour a drink. The advisor added, the list of why we could win is so small, I don't even need to keep the list on my phone. So those are some of the choice quotes in this piece. And like I said, there is a faction of the Democratic Party establishment that's trying to jump ship right now. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's for these like altruistic moral reasons. I really don't think that. I think there seems to be a faction that recognizes the writing on the wall versus a faction that are just brainwashed loyalists who will just go down with the ship no matter what. But I think this piece is interesting because it indicates that people are, I think, becoming more and more frantic and more open with like this a plan that I think is probably underway. Who knows if it'll be successful, to cut Biden and have someone else be the nominee. U.S. democracy is a bunch of corporations in a trench coat deciding how to extract our wealth and labor. Yeah, and Canadian democracy as well. This is what Western liberal democracy is, right? That's all it is. It's just a little game that you can play while different factions of the ruling class just juggle power back and forth and own and control everything. That's all. That's all it is. Also, your hair looks distractingly red. Thank you, Up the Reds. Thank you. Like I said, I'm getting older in the years. This is what I still have that's working for me. A lot of other stuff, no longer looking too good. This, we can still work with this. Okay. Biden has no campaign issues on his website, only a donation page. And once again, like, we can go back to looking at stuff that I've said about this, that other people have said about this. Like, this is what we always said would happen. And I will admit when I'm wrong. And when I'm wrong, I openly admit it and I try and learn from it. I never thought that Biden would be the nominee in 2020. I thought he had no chance. But that was always what I did say when it did come up, where like, if this miracle happened and he was the nominee, he's going to walk right into handing power back to Trump himself or someone even worse. Because he's going to govern like a right-wing conservative, which he is. He's not going to meaningfully address the material factors that are animating people's lives. It's all going to be bare bones, threadbare bullshit and band-aids over this decaying, dying system. And look at that. Look, that's what's actually happening. So I may have been wrong about Brandon and winning this election. A lot of that had to do with COVID as well. But I've been proven totally correct about the result of that and what it actually looks like in reality. Here's this piece. I don't know if we need to read the whole thing, but this is the piece. And I do think it's interesting that stories like this are coming out. It's not a coincidence. Dems in full-blown freak out over Biden. One advisor to major Democratic donors keeps a running list of reasons Biden could lose. A pervasive sense of fear has settled in at the highest levels of the Democratic Party over President Joe Biden's re-election prospects, even among office holders and strategists who had previously expressed confidence about the coming battle with Donald Trump. All year, Democrats had been on a joyless and exhausting grind through the 2024 election, but now nearly 5 months from the election, that's crazy, that's coming up very quickly, anxiety has morphed into a palpable trepidation, according to more than a dozen party leaders and operatives. And the gap between what Democrats will say on TV or in print and what they'll text their friends has only grown as worries have surged about Biden's prospects. You don't want to be that guy who's on the record saying we're doomed or the campaign's bad or Biden's making mistakes. Nobody wants to be that guy, like we read earlier. But Biden's stubbornly poor polling and the stakes of the election are creating the freak out. We looked at some of this. Despite everything, Trump is running ahead of Biden in most battleground states. He raised far more money in April. And the landscape may only become worse for Democrats with Trump's hush money trial concluding and another, this one involving the president's son, set to begin in Delaware. Amazing that Trump is under all this investigation and is still winning too. I mean, that's a great sign for them as well. None of that shit matters. I mean, I follow some people. It's like another world on my Twitter timeline sometime, following the people that are talking about the Trump trials every day. And it's like, really? Like, that's what you're spending time thinking about right now. The Trump trials. It's completely alien to me, honestly. I have not paid 1 minute of attention to any of it in months. And there's people that every single day are heavily plugged into this. Remember all this celebrating when all some of these like indictments came down, all these like libs celebrating? He's done now. There was people, we were looking at them on TikTok. It was like the greatest day of their lives. The Orange Man is being brought to justice at long last. It's all MSNBC talks about. It's like, it's crazy to me, honestly. It really is. The fact that like there's this whole other world out there of people that have been fixated on this every fucking day. Did you see the people saying he was humiliated at the Libertarian Convention? I mean, the footage that I saw of Trump at that Libertarian Convention was Trump in absolute rare form. That was an iconic Trump performance when he's working heel. He realizes he starts getting booed and he starts working heel. And no one is better than that. As I hate, I take no pleasure in reporting this. No one is better than that at Trump. When he decides that he just wants to start going off on people. And he absolutely owned them all. Mocking them, being like, yeah, get your 3.5%. I need to watch this video. Let's find it. I actually haven't watched it yet. I only saw like the highlights. I saw a few like clips of it. Let's actually look at it though. He should have come out in one of the little vests. That would be a good look for him. He just repeatedly owned these lame libertarians. It's so funny to take away from that. Look, you have these neocons. This is their takeaway. Congratulations to Donald Trump for getting 6 out of 800 plus votes after begging the Libertarian National Convention to nominate them. Ron Flipikowski. Libertarians not done dunking on Trump. Oh, these libertarians are dunking on him. Donald Trump, look at some of these comments. Talk about another world. Pro-lib with the Ukraine flag account. Donald Trump had just had one of the worst weeks of his life, and next week is going to be even worse. Let's look at some of these clips. And of course, Aaron Rupar is really caught up in the will they or won't they boo Trump. Oh no, these libertarians are going to boo him. Oh no. Aaron Rupar, the important journalist. The important journalist who watches speeches and then takes clips of them and posts them online. Thank you, sir, for your bravery. Oh, he's getting booed. Oh no, he's getting booed. He's finished. Look at his face, too. He knows. He's like, all right, you're going to boo me? look at that face. Does he look bothered? Does he look bothered to you? Does it look like it's getting to him?
You can count on
no,
me.
they're owning him.
Old Rob to talk.
And I'm sorry, if you're watching this, you think, what, Rob supports Trump? I think Trump's a detestable person, and he is a criminal. Couldn't agree more. And it's fucking embarrassing that the Democrats make this guy look like an opponent that can like easily defeat them, like how he looks right now and how he looked in 2015. You lost to the guy. I think he's awful man, but also very entertaining sometimes. He does know how to cut a good promo, and he does know how to work heel. That's the whole reason that he's where he is right now. Critical Mass, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Marty, check this out.
A lot of people ask why I came to speak at this Libertarian Convention, and it's an interesting question, isn't it? But we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Man, I honestly can't imagine watching this being like, oh, Trump is so owned. Trump is so owned by this. They still years of this, and they still think this like hurts Trump. They still think it's like, oh, he's finished now. That's actually really crazy. Like that the election is 5 months away. Like Trump being elected, folks, was 8 years ago. Like what the fuck? That is actually crazy to me. I know it's like this like annoying thing when you start being like, time has passed, and it's like, yeah, that's how time works. But like, that's almost 10 years. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. And it's 8 years later, and here we are. It's 8 years later, and here we are. I hate to admit it, but some Americans need to study wrestling theory. Again, if you understand wrestling, you understand kayfabe and what it means to work heel, you understand completely why Trump is in the position that he's in. I don't know if we need to watch all the clips. Like, man, I don't know, maybe.
In the last year, I've been indicted by the government on 91 different things, so if I wasn't a libertarian before, I sure as hell am a libertarian now.
Man. This is what I mean. Like, I think Trump is in rare form here. He's completely loving every moment of this. This is a classic Trump speech. He's got jokes. He's doing crowd work. This is when he's in his element. This is when he's in his element, when he can just go off script and have a little fun. Especially when there's an audience that's hostile like this.
Everyone here tonight believes that we must fight for the same fundamental freedoms: freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of the right to own a firearm, and freedom over taxation. Oh, that was interesting. Then you're going to like me, firearm, you're going to like me. Nobody better than me. And we just got the full NRA, the strongest endorsement they've ever given the NRA, so that's good. Freedom from over-regulation. Our rights and freedoms have never been more in danger than they are right now. That is why I have come to extend a hand of friendship to ask for your partnership to defeat communism, defeat Marxism, and defeat crooked Joe Biden,
the Marxist communist Joe Biden.
Destroying our country.
The Marxist communism of Joe Brandon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you
People's
through all
brains
this.
are
just completely destroyed.
Free Palestine, Palestine.
Ben, thank you very much for 20 months, tier 1. Thank you, Ben. I really appreciate that. Very cool. The Marxist communism of Joseph Robinette Brandon. And Rupert loves this. He's getting booed. Rupert loves it.
Anyone can talk about defending freedom, but I've actually put everything on the line to resist these despots and these stuff.
I want to get to the part where he wants to own. Yes, here's where he just starts. Look at the difference, okay? You see him just like reciting this speech, okay? And just people booing because they have some plan to boo Trump at this libertarian convention. And you can see, and then this is when he's like, look at the face when he goes off script. This is when he's like, okay. This is how you want to do it? You can see this is when he's in his element.
That's nice. That's nice. Only if you want to win. Only if you want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Thank you, D-Roy. Thank you. No, only do that if you want to win. If you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. The reasons for doing so.
Man. Oh, man. You know what I mean? He's really in his element in those moments. It's so funny, people saying like, "Oh, he's done now."
For me, now I think you should nominate me or at least vote for me, and we should win together.
Rupar is just so excited. He doesn't give a shit.
Those words. Nominate me or vote. Vote for me. Because the libertarians want to vote for me, and most of them will. And it's very important. Because now I think...
Yeah, and he recognizes some dipshits at a convention are not actually like representative of like who his base is. There's no way that Biden could riff off the cuff like that and roast someone. Maybe a few years ago. Like, you see clips of Biden in the past, and he's pretty quick on his feet, and he's eloquent, and he can be, like, fiery. Even the shit he would just be like, "Hey, fatso," like, you know, or "Listen, fat." Remember that? Look, fat. It's because he pulled it back, right? That's why he said that. He was about to call the guy fat ass or fatso or something, and he was like, that. He had that little blinking red light, like the engine light going on in his brain.
So I'm asking for the liberation. Well, think of it. I'm asking for the Libertarian Party's endorsement, or at least lots of your votes, lots and lots of Libertarian votes, based on my 4-year, very outstanding presidential record. Much of my record is Libertarian.
Trump to libertarians on... Marty, this one's for you as well. Trump to libertarians on accusations of sexual misconduct.
Repealed the so-called guidance letter that turned on-campus sexual harassment accusations into de facto criminal convictions. You know all about that. Who else would do that for you? Trump repealed the so-called guidance letter that turned on-campus sexual harassment accusations into de facto...
He's talking about these yeah, you know all about that.
And other Christians.
That's what you people like, don't you? That's what you people like. Yeah, he's like bragging about making it more difficult, making it like assault more, like more common, making it more difficult to prosecute sexual assaults on college campuses. And Trump's like, that's what you little pigs like, don't you? You love that.
And other Christians and opponents of his weaponized state. Right now, the Biden DOJ is trying to put Christians in prison for 11 years for the crime of singing hymns. The moment I win the election, I will appoint a special task force to rapidly review the cases of every political prisoner who has been unjustly persecuted by...
I don't think that Christians in Brandon's America are being jailed for singing hymns. I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on that one. I'm going to call cap. I think he might be capping on that. You know? I don't think that's what's happening. 12 Christians were burned alive for singing hymns, and Joe Brandon was wearing a Hamas headband, and he lit the match himself, they say. Anyway, like, looking at this, again, none of this is to say that I think Trump is good. I do find him entertaining sometimes when he wants to be. And it generally was quite funny seeing him go through this, like, thought process, seeing the gears turning of, like, being with this, like, hostile crowd of, like, libertarians. I think Trump's a detestable person and absolutely a criminal. I think a lot of the stuff that he's being accused of in court probably pales in comparison to a lot of the crimes that he's been actually guilty of throughout his life. I don't think it would be good. I don't think it will be good for Donald Trump to win the next election. But that's always been my point, is that if that's what your thought is, if that's what you think about Donald Trump, then you should be very concerned about the Joe Brandon administration doing everything that they can to ensure that that outcome does happen. And all your energy should be towards criticizing that and trying to get them to change course from this disaster that they're headed towards, purely of their own creation. That's what I don't understand, you know? Instead of like turning all your ire on the people that are complaining and criticizing and just melting down at them and freaking out about them. That's what I don't understand. Brandon's death squads are going after Christians all over America. They're hunting down Christians. I just don't care about that shit when they're all war criminals. Yeah, I mean, even when it comes to like, the lesser of two evils argument in Palestine, catalepsy kills. Like, you think Biden's bad on Palestine? Trump's going to be even worse. I don't think that's true. I really don't. I don't think there's any fundamental difference between what Israel is doing right now that they wouldn't be doing if Trump was the president right now. Maybe the rhetoric would be a little bit different coming out of the White House, and that's the only difference. Like I said, sure, you might be able to point to climate or labor policies where you could say Democrats are better, liberals are better, Brandon's better. Like, okay. But when they're equally as bad on the subject of blowing up little kids in Gaza, then like that trumps, pun not intended, whatever differences you want to point to when it comes to these other issues. The only difference is they'll pretend to care. Well, that would be an interesting thought experiment to wonder how these people can actually pivot to pretending that this issue is important to them. You know, after making excuses for it for the last 8 months, if Trump does win, if they start now pretending to care about what happens to people in Gaza, that would be kind of interesting. Because we're not going to forget. We're not going to forget the people that have made apologies for this. You know? As Malcolm said, the white liberal is the most dangerous creature in the Western Hemisphere. Absolutely. Absolutely. And look at this again. So we're like, this is, I guess that's what we're kind of focusing on right now. Just this overall trend of how fucked Biden is and how fucked the Democrats are. Look at Anthony Blinken. Like, this is just getting worse and worse. Look at this shit. Like, look at how Anthony Blinken is being treated when he goes out in public. And I support this, by the way. I hope Anthony Blinken and Biden and anyone who's been involved in any way over the last 8 months, Trudeau and Melanie Joly and Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, anyone who's been supporting this and apologizing for it over the last 8 months, I hope this is how they're treated every single time they go out in public for the rest of their fucking miserable lives. But it's look at this shit though.
Anthony Blinken, if you were a decent man, you would walk yourself to the Hague. You are a war criminal.
I really do hope that this is how any of these fucking ghouls are treated for the rest of their lives. I hope when Biden finally croaks, when Joe Brandon finally departs this mortal coil, I hope there's a protest at his goddamn funeral. I would contribute to a GoFundMe to hire a rotating crew to follow Blinken around with a giant cardboard red triangle over his head 24/7. I mean, it's the least that they deserve. Like that, if any of these motherfuckers, if that's the only consequence that they face for their lives, people yelling at them when they go out in public, they got off very, very easy. If that's the worst thing that happens to them, they got off very, very, very easy. They deserve a lot worse, and I literally can't even talk about what it is they deserve without breaking the terms of service of the website that we're looking at this on. Okay, let's. My throat's getting a little sore from talking so much. Maybe we can get to kind of some kind of a movie situation. Not like a movie, like wheeling in that, but some kind of video content. There is a State Department briefing live right now. Let's tune into that and see what these fucking monsters are saying.
Inside mosques, and I'm happy to follow up with specifics on those incidents.
I mean, I asked the question because you're hanging an awful lot on faith in this process. And for example, in the National Security Memorandum 20 report, you talk about being convinced by Israel's, quotes, credible and reliable assurances over this. I mean, there are 2 cases in which American citizens who have been killed at the hands of the IDF have had no meaningful accountability. So I think people will perhaps be puzzled by your belief in assurances in
so
that.
What we believe is that they have a process here. We're not making any lasting judgments yet as to what that process will yield because they're ongoing.
But these are ongoing. But there have been many in the past.
They're investigating
that have
themselves.
been ongoing and have reached no conclusion. And they also create a situation where you're able to get into a holding pattern and say, okay, there's an investigation going on, so we'll hold judgment.
But the alternative is to short-circuit an investigation and pass judgment in the middle of one.
We're not going to pass judgment on the investigation into all the war crimes that they're doing right now.
I'm saying, where is the evidence that there is meaningful accountability and the evidence that these things are prevented from happening, which follows up what Humera was saying, on the basis of internal Israeli processes? Because a huge amount weighs on this now. The International Criminal Court.
These people are criminals.
One of your objections to it is that they have an independent internal process.
They're helping
ICJ,
these crimes
same thing.
happen.
NSM 20.
The worst crimes you can
all
imagine.
Of these incidents, you are hanging on a belief in that process being effective. And I'm asking you for the evidence that it is.
So let me just level set here in that Israel is a democracy.
No, it's not.
Has prosecutors and independent judges who can, in the case of prosecutors, conduct investigations and make their own determinations about what is appropriate. I
Look at the smile. He knows. He's fucking smiling.
Let me say, I hate it when people do this, so let me take that back. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I know there is often a demand for us to try to jump to the end of an investigation. And I get the point I get the point you're making is different.
I'm asking for the evidence that these have been effective.
You cannot reach a conclusion about the results of these investigations in the middle of a conflict.
What about prior investigate, like the guy's asking?
To have faith in the process, you have to have faith.
When no prior, this is what the journalist is saying, right? When no prior investigations similar to this have ever led to anything, why are we still
IDF says that
leaning on this idea that, oh, we got to wait for these investigations?
I'm asking you for some evidence that
it's been there's decades of evidence that these investigations are meaningless.
And for example, in the 2 years with 2 American citizens who have been killed, there has been no meaningful accountability. When at the time, what the Israelis said was, there is an investigation, and you have relied on that as well.
So I just cited one case where there were officers who were disciplined for taking actions.
Oh, they were disciplined.
There are a number of those similar cases. That
they were disciplined. They were disciplined.
It is impossible
okay.
to pass a full.
Well, it was their egg on our face.
Process while you're in the middle of it. I get the point that you are making.
No, you don't. You're just not addressing the point.
To declare that all the investigations that Israel are conducting are sham investigations while they're ongoing. I don't think it's fair to do that. We would object if someone did that with respect to our military justice system while the investigations were ongoing. Now, if 6 months from now or 9 months from now or wherever we are at the end of this process,
you still won't do shit.
A amount of time has passed, and we are able to look at this and say there are investigations that have
then
run
what?
their course where we think action was warranted and
then
action
what's
has not
happen?
been taken. We will be the first to say that publicly, and we will be first to hold Israel account. And
no,
you've
you
seen
will
us do
not.
that in other
You
instances.
fucking
For example,
liar.
When it comes to, violence in the West Bank, where we don't think Israel has taken
Where are these
appropriate
consequences?
actions, to hold people accountable. We have taken our own actions to hold people accountable, and that's the
a
standard
few
that we
sanctions.
continue to apply.
I mean, what do you think of a military court system that in the cases of Palestinians that appear
like
before
this is just shameless.
99% conviction rate. In the cases of Israelis that are held before separately, the civilian system, because they don't in the same territory have to appear before the military system, rights groups say that these are whitewashes, that there are virtually no there is no accountability or investigation.
I think I'm going to wait, as I said, to see the outcome of the investigations that are ongoing before I pass any judgment. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt.
These fucking monsters.
You
can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Sikalufakis, thanks for the 29 months of Prime. The Weasley little liar, dude.
The allies, in terms of lifting all the restrictions on the weapons. NATO Secretary General said that it's time to do that. Baltic states say that it's time to do that. Poland says that. Britain says that. U.S. Congress says that. Helsinki Commission said that. Are they all wrong?
I will say that we continue to see, first of all, Russia launch intentional strikes on civilian targets, and
he pivots.
Unlike other conflicts, where I think people will ask me questions about.
He pivots seamlessly to saying Russia bad because they target civilians.
Other civilian targets that the Russian military continues to hit. And so we will continue to support Ukraine by flowing weapons to the front lines. And you've already seen a number of drawdowns from the supplemental package. A great deal of that assistance has already reached the front lines. When it comes to our policy, I spoke to this last week, and the Secretary has spoken to this. Look, our policy has been that we don't encourage or enable strikes outside Ukraine's borders. But if you look at the broad sweep of our policy, we have made clear that Ukraine has no bigger supporter than the United States. And we don't just say that.
That should be a red flag for people that support Ukraine still.
We back it up with our diplomacy in marshaling a coalition of more than 50 countries around the world to support Ukraine. And we back it up with the measures we've taken to hold Russia accountable.
Are you open for further consultations?
Every single one of our vassal states also agrees with us on this.
NATO Secretary General.
Look, we always discuss with our allies and partners whatever is on their mind, and we have those meetings, but I don't have anything further to offer.
Thank you. Back to Georgia on your opening statement. Is it fair for us to expect more than just verbal condemnation? I know you just said that we're going to actually...
So Alex, well, hold on. The only reason I'm going to laugh is for weeks... hold on, let me just a rare interruption of the question. For weeks, you asked
How's
me
the
that
color
question.
revolution in Georgia
We announced
going?
a policy to impose visa restrictions last Thursday, and then today you're asking me if we are going to do more than verbal condemnation. When I think, if I check the record, that's exactly what we did last Thursday. But sorry, go ahead.
To explain where I am coming from. We were told, for many years in this room that sanctions are meant to be,
So then you have this you pivot from the guy actually asking tough questions about Palestine to some bootlicking imperialist stenographer doing like Russia bad stuff about Ukraine and Georgia. Georgia is also an op, like what's going on right now. There's all these Americans being uncovered as part of that whole movement. That's attempted color revolution that's going on right now as well. So pivot from talking about Palestine to that. I don't know. These people are just they're demons. Like what? How else can we describe them? How else? How can you do that? You go out with your own face and your own name on TV, and you still make excuses for this. Like, it's just otherworldly. Honestly, it just blows my fucking mind. It's insanely evil. These smiling, chuckling sociopaths. Since when is it demonic to go after literal terrorists like Hamas? The only people that the IDF is capable of going after are little kids. They don't go after Hamas. Have you not realized that? Unless you think that it's okay. Unless you think the little kids are Hamas. That's who the IDF kill. They can blow up people in tents, and they can blow up people in apartment buildings, and they can execute journalists and doctors and nurses. That's what they can do. They're not going after, it's been 8 months of this, where Hamas is still there. How fucking embarrassing is this military that they've spent 8 months killing people and Hamas is still doing fine? They're really good at killing little kids, though. Anyway, take it easy. I'm not going to waste my time with that bullshit. Again, that's been the primary, the way language has been used to manipulate this whole thing about the Israel-Hamas war. It's not a war against Hamas. it should be, if it wasn't clear, I mean, it was clear to us on October 10th or October 7th, frankly. If it wasn't clear to you then, it should be clear to you now. It's not a war against Hamas. It's a war against civilians. It's a war against hospitals. It's a war against little kids. That's what it is. Hamas has nothing to do with it. And as I was saying before, if you weren't sure about this previously, the last 8 months should have done a lot to educate you as to how and why October 7th happened in the first place. It was clear on October 6th as well. Thank you. They'll have Ben Affleck play a good Samaritan soldier in a few years. Ben Affleck, I feel like, is pretty good politics for a Hollywood lib. I don't think he's into this. I would like to believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I would like to believe, though.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, hell on earth. One of the deadliest days for Palestinians in Israel's war on Gaza.
Israel is facing international condemnation after
sounds are
airstrikes killed at least
unbearable.
45 people sheltering in tents near a UN building in southern Gaza on Sunday.
The attack follows last week's International Court of Justice ruling
Marxist-Leninist
ordering Israel
Duncanist.
to stop its offensive in Rafah. So what now? I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take. This is the moment an Israeli airstrike hit a Palestinian refugee camp in Rafah. A fire tore through tents, burning people alive, in an area that Israel had designated a safe zone.
The bomb fell, the streets were filled with fire, and everything burned.
It was just days after the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to stop its assault in Rafah.
The Israeli occupation forces targeted internally displaced people camp.
Akram al-Satari is a freelance journalist in Khan Yunis, to the north of Rafah, where he's been watching this unfold.
That targeting resulted in the killing of dozens of Palestinians and the injury of around 249 Palestinians, according to the reports issued by the Palestinian Ministry of Health. Among those who were killed, children, women, and elderly people.
We were sitting in tents when suddenly the camp was bombed. I lost 5 family members, all burned completely. Among the victims were pregnant women. They kept telling us this area was safe until we're bombed.
It's unimaginable.
And that bombardment resulted in a fire that was started in the internally displaced people camp.
The people killed in the camp had been told by Israel they would be safe there, despite the ongoing attacks.
The Palestinian Red Crescent says people were burned alive in their tents. The injured are being treated in overwhelmed and under-equipped hospitals.
That fire killed several Palestinians, while the shrapnel resulting from the bombardment also caused severe amputations among the people who were injured.
These are witnesses from that night.
There was nothing unusual. Then we heard a very loud noise, and fire erupted around us. All the children started screaming, and all the nearby rooms were shaking. The sound was terrifying.
Missiles came crashing down on an entire block, and people were burned.
Throughout the night, very large number of people were
time.
taken to different hospitals and field hospitals, including hospitals.
And it's like psychological
that are run
warfare,
by-
right? It's been like 8 months of this. It's psychological warfare. Go here and you're going to be safe. And then the people go and they bomb them. It's happened over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for 8 months. You know? It's insane.
International NGOs and hospitals that are run by local NGOs.
Once again, Palestinians seeking refuge in Gaza have found that there is none.
Palestinians are shocked and disheartened because of that incident, and they believe that there is no safe place in Gaza There is no one safe in the Gaza Strip.
The camp is known to be for the displaced. Most of the people who come here are from the north. The camp was on fire.
And this refugee camp is one of several areas hit recently as Israel ramps up its attacks on Rafah, Akram told us.
Rafah city has been seeing a great deal of escalation because of the ongoing ground operation in the city, targeting the eastern parts of the city, southern and northern parts also, with the Israeli occupation forces pushing deeper inside the central Rafah. The number of people who are killed is increasing, and the number of people who are displaced is increasing as well.
Over the weekend, Israel turned Rafah into hell on earth. Those are the words of the United Nations.
The UNRWA made a special statement about that particular issue and said on that statement that Gaza is hell on earth, and that the images that were coming from the incident last night were yet another testament to that.
Imran Khan, one of Al Jazeera's senior correspondents, has been covering this latest escalation from Amman, Jordan.
I'm reporting from Amman currently because Benjamin Netanyahu's government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from the territory of Israel.
Still, Imran's been watching Israel's statements on their rationale for the recent attacks and their reaction. Initially, Imran says, the Israelis were very clear in what they say happened.
They say they struck a Hamas, what they're calling a Hamas compound, in the Tel Sultan area of northwest Rafah, where they say the senior officials in Hamas were gathered. But we don't know who was actually there.
Israel says it killed 2 senior Hamas commanders in that attack, but says that the details of the strike are still under investigation.
But as that attack happened, it spread to tents holding displaced people in Rafah. We're hearing at least 45 people have been killed. And this was now then described as a mass casualty event.
Sean,
the Israelis
it's like
then
it's
said that
insulting.
They would investigate
it's deliberate
the attack.
Too, right?
And then they did
so
investigate. There was a preliminary investigation that
That's
took
all
place.
It takes. That's all it takes.
It said
and you're going to keep sending me the bombs and
fire
guns.
spread to a camp, and the Israeli army said they regretted any civilian life being lost in war. Israel's top military
I think
prosecutor
that's
actually,
one thing that's we talk about who's in control of this relationship. Is it Israel? Is it America? Of course, it's America. But I do think though that like as much as America is in charge in terms of like the colonial relationship and geopolitics and all this stuff, I do think the Israeli regime has a lot of contempt for especially like the liberal side and the democratic side. Like it seems like they have, even though they're still like a colonial outpost of America, doing America's dirty work, I do think they have a full contempt for like the whole liberal class, and are openly antagonistic to it. It doesn't change the way the power dynamics, but yeah, they know the U.S. still needs them. Exactly, that's what I mean. It's like they're almost like daring them. Like I was saying, you want you said I have a red line in Rafah? Really? You think there's a red line? Well, how about this? And then you give a little apology. How about that, Joe Biden? Now send me my fucking goddamn missiles. Right? It's like that kind of seems like the relationship. Now go get your shine box.
called the situation very grave.
Naturally, in a war of such scope
it really
and
does
intensity,
feel like they're intentionally like
also
provoking
happen.
them, like pushing
Some
right up
incidents,
against these
like
lines.
last night's incident in
Very
Rafah,
deliberately.
are very grave. The details of yesterday's incident are still under an investigation, which we are committed to conducting to the fullest extent.
But what's really interesting about this is the acknowledgement that Palestinian civilians were killed. I think there was no other way of spinning this for the Israeli army. They just had to come straight out and say, yes, Palestinian civilians were killed.
Following that, Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, had another response. He explained that what happened was a, quote, tragic incident caused by a, quote, technical mistake.
Despite our utmost effort not to harm non-combatants, something unfortunately went tragically wrong. We are investigating the incident and will reach conclusions because this is our policy.
This attack, which resulted in one of the deadliest days of the war for Palestinians, comes after a ruling on Friday by the International Court of Justice.
No, it's
the
totally
ICJ
intentional.
ordered Israel to stop its offensive on Rafah.
It's totally intentional and deliberate after these rulings.
It's military offense.
It was two things, right? It was two things. It was the ICJ ruling, and it was the Joe Brandon administration who have repeatedly talked about Rafah and how they don't support an invasion, and then using the words to kind of like obfuscate, a major invasion, a major operation, right? Wink, wink. And then when they get told no, it's like a child as well. It's abuser logic, but it's also like child logic. You get told no, and then you have to do the thing. You have to do the very thing that they're telling you not to do. And then you look them right in the fucking face and say, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was a big misunderstanding. It was a big accident. Now sign the fucking checks, you know? It's so sociopathic, honestly.
In the Rafah governorate, which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part.
For Imran, the meaning of that order was clear.
That Israel had to cease all military activity in the Rafah area, and there was no ifs, buts, or maybes. However, that's not what Israel's national security advisor has actually been going on talk shows and speaking about. The national security advisor's understanding of the ruling is we shouldn't commit a genocide in Rafah. We haven't committed any genocide so far, and we won't commit any genocide. And therefore, the Rafah operation still can go ahead. There seems to be a huge disconnect between how the Israelis are reading the ICJ ruling and how the rest of the world seems to be, reading that same ruling. And given that the Americans are backing Israel to its fullest extent with money and weapons, despite public statements from the Americans saying, no, you can't go into Rafah with mass ground troops, all of this sort of stuff.
I made it clear that if they go into Rafah,
thank you for your
Rafah
moral
yet.
consistency,
If they
sir.
go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically.
But you are going to, aren't you, Brandon?
To deal with the cities.
You are going to supply them with the weapons.
The Rafah attack is still happening. This isn't now a question of, it's when will it happen? It's ongoing. And it is brutal, as we just saw from that latest attack.
And again, because of this latest attack, this idea of safe zones is being called into question now too.
The idea of safe zones really does come from the American-Israeli axis. They keep talking that Rafah was supposed to be a safe zone. They talked about this 6 months ago. They
talk you through all this.
Thank you for another gifted sub, Crackety Kraken. Very cool. I really appreciate that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all
notifications. Don't know why that is. And once again, remember, if people do want to support the show and subscribe, please do if you can. 25 subs to go. 3 hours and 15 minutes in. I'm getting started a little bit earlier lately. I'm going to try and keep that up. I'm going to try and make these streams a little bit longer, maybe get more closer to the 3, 4, 5 hour territory. If I do, though, I really do need the support. I really do need to try and make the number go up each and every day. So maybe just keep that in mind. If it's possible to please subscribe and support this program. If you enjoy this show and you enjoy the community, please subscribe if you can.
About it kind of almost post October the 7th when they had a plan to go into Gaza.
Yeah, it's true, Matron's militia. It's been 70 years of this.
Palestinian civilians, the health
ministry. This is not new. It's just more obvious now than it ever has been.
You name it. Realize very quickly that there are no safe zones in Gaza. People were just being pushed firstly from the north down into central Gaza, then from central Gaza into the south. And, people have been displaced not once, not twice, but 3 times now. And now with Rafah going on, people are being, the ones that can get out will be displaced for like a 4th time.
These are displaced people, women and children, who have been living in these makeshift tents for months now.
It may have been for a little while, but the Israeli military plan was always to go into Rafah, where they say the last battalions of Hamas fighters are stationed, and that is the final battle Israel hopes against Hamas. And it may well be the final battle of this particular war.
More after the break. In the past few days, aid trucks have started entering Gaza again after the 2 crossing points had been effectively sealed.
The pier
for
is
weeks.
totally useless. James
It's
sent
been
it
close to impossible
a few
to
moments
get
ago.
food and other aid
They've
to the
stopped
people who
even
need
using
it.
the pier because it's all fucked
I mean, the
up. Good job,
idea
guys.
that, you can't get aid into Gaza is ridiculous. There are 2 key crossings here. There's Rafah, which is controlled by Egypt on the Egypt side, and then there's Karam Abu Salim, which is controlled by Israel on the Israeli side. You can just open them up. You can put trucks through there at the rate of 500-600. You could probably get it up to 1,000 a day if you really have the political will to be able to do so. But Egypt is incredibly frustrated. Remember, there are several agreements, the Philadelphia Agreement, there's the Camp David Accords, that basically decided who was going to control the Rafah border crossing. Now, the Rafah border crossing must be a demilitarized zone, and the crossing on the Palestinian side must be controlled by Palestinians. There's a war going on. Rafah's not demilitarized. It broke the agreement, and the Egyptians, and I'm going to put this in the bluntest terms possible, basically said, okay, well, this is now Israel's problem. We aren't going to open up Rafah unilaterally. This has to come as part of an agreement. Then, at the time of recording this, the Americans put pressure on Egypt to open up the Rafah border crossing.
Ultimately, it's a question for Israel. Israel has seized that crossing, and Israel is in control of it now. So it is the responsibility to open that crossing and make sure that it is running effectively. Right now is a responsibility of the government of Israel, which is why we have made clear to them that they need to open the crossing as soon as possible and make sure that aid deliveries can come in, make sure that humanitarian aid workers can come in and come out, and make sure that the delivery of humanitarian assistance isn't further impeded.
And it came as a result of the ICJ ruling, the key part of which was Rafah must be open for humanitarian aid. Egypt was looking into agreeing to that. Oil indications they had actually agreed to that, and then these attacks came, and now we're even hearing of cross-border fire from the Egyptian side on Israeli forces and Israeli forces onto Egyptian forces on the Egyptian side.
An Egyptian soldier has been killed in an exchange of fire with Israeli forces. Shots were fired from both sides along the Rafah crossing with Egypt and Gaza. Israel seized
It'll be interesting to see whether this turns into anything. Like I was saying yesterday, obviously the Egyptian government would prefer to walk this tightrope of pretending to care about Palestine while ultimately being an enabler of Israel. If Egyptian soldiers are starting to get killed, though, in these kind of skirmishes, you never know how that could very easily spiral out of control.
When it began its ground assault off Rafah.
It doesn't give you any hope that Rafah will be opened at any time soon. And instead, they're trying to do these airdrops, which we've seen don't work.
A U.S. military-built temporary
They're doing airdrops, and they're building a $300 million pier that doesn't work, rather than just getting their closest ally, who they endlessly arm and fund and provide cover for, just simply open the crossings and allow aid to get in. Just complete insanity.
Pier. Now, trucks with the aid rolled across the pier for the first time into the besieged enclave.
This floating pier, they spent $320 million or so on, the Americans did, which has broken effectively in two. Half of it's kind of floating in the sea and the other half is kind of washed up on shore.
Great job.
And to make matters worse, the Americans are still withdrawing funding to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, and their funding a year is about the same cost as that pier. So you're not getting in the aid. You can't get an agreement with Egypt to be able to do the aid.
It's interesting, Plunger Man, you say the floating pier was just a training exercise for the armed forces. I mean, I just read a comment at the exact same time to that effect. about how it's all about just like practicing these kind of techniques in preparation for the Pacific Theater China war. And they're just remembering how to do this kind of shit.
The Israelis are breaking previous agreements, and so the whole thing is just tragic.
So, after so much impunity,
thank you,
we asked Imran what the chances are that there will be any accountability for Israel's actions.
I mean, accountability is a big word for the Israelis. No Israeli soldier serving, an Israeli soldier or former Israeli soldier,
they nailed it. Yeah, no
seems
more practice
to be
needed.
Convicted or even tried for any kind of crime committed against Palestinian civilians. This is almost a key tenet of the Israeli army, that they will never ever do that. The key example for this is, the killing of our own colleague, Shireen Abu Akleh, who was killed a couple of years ago. No one's ever been convicted for her death. And this is despite the fact that she's an American citizen. There are countless examples.
We don't talk about these investigations that are still ongoing, okay? We don't want to pass judgment before they've had a chance to investigate. Give them a few more years, please.
Of the Israeli army acting without any serious accountability. No one would serve in the Israeli military if soldiers were getting convicted left, right, and center.
And that's The Take. This episode was produced by
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
And also on this channel as well.
Democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's bombing of the tent camp in Rafah that killed over 45 people on Sunday.
Holding Israelis accountable for
housing displaced
killing American citizens is anti-Semitic. There's no more.
Came just 2 days after the international.
There's no greater example of that kind of vile anti-Semitism than when we have kind of consequences for Israel killing American civilians or any civilians with total impunity. This has TOS. Thanks for the warning. I'm just skimming through it. I mean, it's on YouTube. So I'm not totally sure what to do about that. It's frustrating, this whole TOS argument in the first place. Like I was saying yesterday, it's like, I know it's unpleasant to look at some of these images. I don't really want to look at them or show people, but like, we should see it. That's what I mean. Like when I said yesterday, like, anytime I start to get this idea, like I start to feel sorry for myself. Oh, you have to look at these horrible images. Like, oh, I'm the victim. Boo-hoo. I have to look at images of dead kids. Like, this is what our government is sponsoring. Like, we should look at it. It's not, no, I don't want to. But like, when our government is sponsoring the mass murder of kids, we should see what that looks like. Not just seeing statistics, not just seeing, oh, it's X number of people. We should see what that looks like. Like, still, like, if you can look at it, then still try and justify it. Still trying to make excuses for it. Not sure if blood on the ground counts. I'm just overprotective of Rib. Well, thank you, Up the Reds. I appreciate it. I'm just going to go ahead and make a judgment call and say that it's Democracy Now! And it's on YouTube. And, like, it's probably okay. Did I want to wake up and immediately see a toddler with their head caved in? Of course not, because we're normal human beings. Of course we do not want to see images like that, but we do have to. There's no getting around it. Just like the tide started to turn in public opinion in like Vietnam when you started seeing the actual troops coming home in the body bags. Unfortunate that that's what it took for a lot of Americans to be against it, but like, we should be seeing the real results of this, not just say, oh, Israel has a right to defend itself and looking at a bunch of statistics and using these kind of talking points. you're going to sit there and say Israel has the right to defend itself. Let's look at uncensored images of what that looks like, and then say it, and then just continue to justify it.
Action in the Rafah governorate, which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part.
The order came in response to an emergency request by South Africa, which has brought a genocide case against Israel at the World Court. Though the order is legally binding, there's no enforcement mechanism. This is Abed Mohammed Al-Attar, a Palestinian man whose brother and other relatives were killed in Israel's latest attacks on Rafah.
The decision of the World Court is a lie. They are still killing. They are planes 24 hours a day. They are martyrs and killings all the time. They are wounded and injuries, children becoming orphaned, innocent people. They haven't done anything. They were displaced from one place to another, looking for a living.
For more, we're joined at The Hague by Ahmed Abou-Foul, Senior Legal Research and Advocacy Officer at the Palestinian human rights organization Al-Haq. He was born and raised in Gaza. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's very important to have you with us today. The ruling of the International Court of Justice came down right after Democracy Now! Aired on Friday. So I'm wondering if you can start off by summarizing the ruling and the significance of it, Ahmed.
Thank you for having me again, Amy. This is a very significant ruling. The court basically ruled that Israel must halt its military offensive on Rafah and any other acts that might endanger the Palestinian people as a group and their rights under the Genocide Convention. But the court also ruled that Israel must keep the Rafah crossing open and must allow all investigative bodies and commission of inquiries mandated by the UN to enter the territory and investigate alleged Genocide Convention violations and crimes and genocidal acts that may have been committed. And the court also ordered Israel to report to it after 1 month.
Mason's militia. I don't think you should beat yourself up for not organizing enough, for not doing enough. We're all doing everything that we can in our own respective ways.
In the first one, the court responded to South Africa's request by accepting some of the measures that South Africa requested. In the second one, the court also responded to South Africa's request by calling on Israel to ensure that humanitarian aid will enter the Gaza Strip from land crossings, including the Rafah crossings and other crossings, sending a very important signal to world leaders, especially in the West, that there is no alternative to allowing humanitarian aid by land, not the American PA or any other way, including airdrops. In this provisional measure, as I indicated, we can see the evolution of the court's analysis of the situation and the gravity and the deterioration of the situation. So it's important also to note that for every provisional measures request, the court has to assess again whether the court can issue such order. So the fact that the court decided on 3 different occasions to issue such order, it means that this situation continue.
It's been wild having the Ukraine-Russian war happen at the same time to see the difference in liberals' response to some of those same war crimes happening in both places. I think, honestly, again, and I know this stuff has pissed a lot of people off over the last 2 years, but I would take it even further than that, Spooky, because a lot of the time we're talking about people freaking out about crimes that Russia is accused of, despite and ignoring worse crimes. Like, here's the reality. And you don't have to be like a Putin apologist or a Russian chauvinist to talk about this. You look at the number of children that have been killed in Ukraine, and what's the acceptable number of killed children? 0. I agree. Look at the number of killed children in Ukraine over the last 2 years versus the amount of killed children in Gaza over the last 8 months. There's no comparison. There's no comparison whatsoever. The Russian war in Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine war, has been objectively less harmful to civilians than the war on Gaza has been. That's just a fact. And you've had this whole international outcry in terms of like the West and our media and our politicians and these kind of like liberal empire apologists freaking the fuck out over the former while making excuses for and apologizing for the latter.
To deteriorate, and the Palestinian people as a group in the Gaza Strip are threatened in whole or in part by Israel's military operation, especially in Rafah.
And Ahmed, I wanted to ask you on Monday about the European response to the war in Gaza. On Monday, Spanish Foreign Minister Jose Manuel Alvarez said he's requesting 26 European Union member states to issue official support to the...
Oh, Plunger Man, like you say, wasn't the Russian government removing children from Ukraine to protect them from hostilities and not to kidnap them like the ICJ has charged? It depends on who you ask, obviously. That's the very sympathetic to Russia viewpoint of it. Obviously, there's different things, but like we were saying, just even in the least uncharitable, even in the least charitable version of that, let's say like that. This is the accusation that Russia is deliberately kidnapping children and taking them away in an effort to like destroy their culture or whatever. That you might point to and say, well, that's a crime, but it's like objectively a lesser crime than burning children alive in tents, you know, like by any possible metric, moral metric, or legal. Even in the worst Putin bad spin of that kind of situation, even if that's the crime that's being accused there, which is bad, it's not as bad as mass murdering over 15,000 kids. It's not even close. But yeah, they say Russia taking these kids out of Ukraine is genocide and is a crime that the ICJ should investigate. But Netanyahu mass murdering over 15,000 children with full support of the US government, not a crime, not worthy of investigation. It does sound like a liberal mental gymnastics challenge, but many of them have been doing exactly this now for months.
The International Court of Justice and to take steps to ensure Israel respects its decisions. Your sense of the impact of how Europe is lining up on this issue?
Well, some European states, as you indicated, have been saying that this order is binding.
When you're luring soldiers with the cries of children.
With it, better late than never, these orders have been binding from the first provisional measure order, which some states, in my view, disgracefully try to ignore or label as unhelpful. But we see also that in the West, in Europe in particular, some states are taking different position than that has been taken in relation to the situation in Palestine, including Spain, Ireland, including also recognizing Palestine, but also Belgium, Norway, and many others. So what we're witnessing now is the emergence of a different opinion in the European continent by states who are saying that this ruling must be complied with, including Germany. I think there was a statement by German officials that this order is binding. The question is how the European Union will ensure that Israel complies with this order. As you and your viewers may already know, international law does not have an enforcement mechanism, and such order is worth what states make of it and how they utilize it to ensure compliance. So the question is, will the European Union and the individual European states continue, for example, their relations with Israel and business as usual, or will we see sanctions on Israel and other repercussions? Of course, it's long overdue for Western states to impose sanctions in Israel, severe diplomatic relations, stop importing Israeli settlements good, stop exporting arms to the Israeli apartheid regime. Western states in general are complicit in these crimes, especially the U.S. To be honest, the Palestinian victims who are being shattered apart, especially in Rafah, like we saw in the targeting of tents in a designated safe area, were most probably targeted by American weapons.
I mean, this is key, what happened on Sunday. This was just 2 days after the ICJ ruling, talking about not having an enforcement mechanism. As you said, this was designated as a safe zone. There was so much international outcry as Israel bombed the tent camp, and it all went up in flames. Israel said it was because there was an oil tank next to it. But this is the nature of these concentrated population centers. The horrifying video went viral showing a man desperately holding up the charred corpse of a headless child amidst the still blazing flames of the attack, causing the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu calling it a tragic mistake, and he'll investigate. That's the response when there isn't an enforcement mechanism. You have Rashida Tlaib, the Palestinian-American, only Palestinian-American Congress member this weekend, demanding that President Biden lay out his red line, which he has talked about, but at this point has not seemed to say that Netanyahu
of course they're mad at
has
Rashida.
crossed it.
Of course.
Talk about the role, for example, of the UN Security Council and what it would mean if it took up the ICJ's ruling.
No, absolutely. You're making a very important point, Amy. And if you allow me just to remind your viewers of the fact that after every order of provisional measures by the ICJ, Israel has, in a way, responded in such barbaric way targeting the Palestinians. Take, for example, the first provisional measures, in which the court relied on UNRWA statements to assess what's going on the ground. Right after that order, Israel accused UNRWA of being involved in the October 7th attack. And several states, including the U.S., rushed to cut funding or suspend funding from UNRWA without even viewing any evidence of such allegations, parroting whatever Israel is saying, in fact lying. And then shortly after, as we know, they restored funding because they found out that Israel is lying. After the second order, which was focused on humanitarian aid and on the danger of famine that the court described as sitting in the Gaza Strip, the Israeli apartheid regime immediately after this order targeted 7 workers of the World Center kitchen, killing nationals of several Western states, and claimed that it was a mistake, although the targeting was of several vehicles apart from each other. And the reporting showed that such acts could not possibly be a mistake. After the third order, which is focused on Rafah and the fact that Israel has not provided the court of any convincing arguments or evidence that it has ensured the safe passage of civilians into those designated areas or the basic services needed for the survival of the population who will be moved to that area, the court.
I don't know that Justin has said anything about the Canadian World Kitchen member that was killed. I don't even know. Has he said anything about Rafah? I'm not even sure. I'm sure he's very concerned about it. I did see Melanie Joly saying, "Oh, it's what a horrible situation." But yeah, I'm not sure. They've barely said anything at all.
Ordered that Israel must halt its operation. Israel's response was to target civilians.
They're waiting to get the talking points. It takes time. There's a backlog of getting all the talking points sent to them.
And then claimed once again it's a mistake. So I think at this stage, one must not be fool enough to entertain Israel.
That Zionism isn't a dirty word. Thanks, JT.
While we speak, Amy, just now I received the news that Israel has targeted another gathering of tents in Al Mawasi area, west the Rafah government, where Israel also designated it as a safe area. The primary reporting
He's very quick to denounce the
indicates
flag
that over
waving near the
20
hospitals.
persons
Yes.
have been torn apart by this bombing. The primary reporting I received is horrific, like that of the targeting on tents that you just mentioned, and the horrific images that we've seen. So I think any allegation that Israel is doing this by mistake is just ridiculous, and at this stage, entertaining such allegations is just in service of Israel's monstrous and barbaric attacks against civilians. Let me also remind you, Amy, of the targeting of Al Ahli Hospital, when Israel claimed that it wasn't an Israeli rocket. And then after that, we had several investigations, including from Western
Always
media
the same
outlets showing
timeline
that it
every
is,
single fucking
in
time.
fact, an Israeli targeting. So what Israel is doing, and what Israel was doing since targeting Al Ahli Hospital, is just sensing the pulse, how the international community will react to targeting civilians in a hospital.
Oh, he demanded an investigation.
And unfortunately,
Oh,
the
my.
international community has not lived up to the responsibility, has allowed
I'm sure
such
Netanyahu's
monstrous
terrified.
acts, and then it continued. We saw how many hospitals have been targeted based on this lies, and this is a deliberate act, Amy, because it's with a genocidal mentality and intent to destroy any safe spot needed for or essential to the survival of the civilian population, and hospitals would be on top of that list.
Ahmed, I wanted to ask you about a little about your personal story. You're a Palestinian Dutch international lawyer. You've dedicated your life to defending human rights, but you were born and raised in Gaza and survived several Israeli assaults in Gaza. What is the situation with your own family there in Gaza today?
You know, this is, as you mentioned, a situation. It's a matter that is close to my heart. It's personal in many ways. Since the beginning of this genocide, as I mentioned previously on the show, I lost quite a big number of my family, over 80 members from both sides of the family, including my eldest uncle and many others. My family, part of my family, was in fact in those tents where they were targeted. We were lucky enough that only a few weeks ago I managed to get part of them out of the Gaza Strip, thanks to a funding campaign I launched, and I managed to get part of them to Egypt. But the rest of my family remains in Gaza, and now after Israel invaded the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing, Palestinians don't have a chance either of leaving the Gaza Strip or even receiving the much needed humanitarian aid or medical teams that are much needed to enter the Gaza Strip. So the situation is horrific on every Palestinian. I wouldn't say that our suffering is the only thing. Palestinians across the occupied Gaza Strip have lost many loved ones. Gaza has been destroyed. Everything I know in Gaza has been destroyed, from my kindergarten to my school to my university, Al Azhar University, and many other places which I have so many memories of friends, family, and loved ones in, have been destroyed. This is a genocide. This is about the erasure of the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and as a whole. And this is the essence of Zionism as a settler colonial ideology that is premised on the elimination of the indigenous Palestinians to replace them in their land, supported by Western complicity in such atrocity crimes.
Ahmed Abuful, I want to thank you for being with us, and also condolences on the loss of 80 members of your family. Ahmed is Senior Legal Research and Advocacy Officer at the Palestinian Human Rights Organization, Al-Haq. And just to be exact in my quoting of the Michigan Democratic Congress member Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, she posted on social media, quote, "The whole world is taking action to stop the genocide of Palestinians, including the International Court of Justice. Where is President Biden's red line?" she asked. Democracy Now!
I'm sorry, I know this is not the important thing, but I'm just looking at Amy's We talk sometimes about Amy's cool jackets. See, it's got like the thumb. She has her thumb through the like jacket thing. That's an interesting look. We got to look at this as well. Talk about like the Canadian psychotic journalist class. This man Tristan Hopper says a lot of fucked up shit, and is a genocidal terrorist supporting psycho in his own right. I'm perplexed by this take. Look at this. Tristan Hopper, noted raccoon murderer. Yes, Jay. Noted raccoon murderer Tristan Hopper, who's been spending every single day since October 7th calling all these pro-Palestine rallies like Hamas supporting and terrorist supporting and blah, blah, blah. All this kind of shit. Look what he says here. Like, this is honestly stunning. And remember the images that we saw yesterday. Remember some of the most horrifying images we can possibly ever see. You have to be deeply sick to respond to it like this. And this is what he says. And I just find this take, not only is it psychotic and genocidal, but it's just perplexing. He says there was zero chance they weren't going to bitch about Rafah. If not a single piece of property was damaged or a person hurt, they would have found something. They lie constantly and deliberately, you see. It's all they know how to do. That's what he says. But I think that's it's honestly strange to me. Like, there was zero chance they weren't, even if nothing happened. That's what he says. Even if not a single thing was destroyed or no one was hurt, they would still find something to complain about. But nothing, that's not what happened though, Tristan. Something did happen, didn't it? The refugee camp was bombed and little children were mutilated beyond recognition and burned alive. But he's like, they're complaining. Even if nothing had happened, they would still complain. But something did happen. Children were murdered. And he's sitting there supporting it. This man who spent the last 8 months calling everybody else terrorist sympathizers, said everyone else supports violence. Oh, these pro-Palestine protests, they support violence. This is how he responds when children are murdered. Children are mutilated and decapitated and burned alive. And he said, well, they would have complained anyways, even if nothing did happen. What the fuck kind of a response is that? Like, genuinely. That's the response of a psycho. That's a psychopath. You're calling it complaining. Oh, they're going to complain. They're the wacky terrorist supporting left, the wacky Hamas supporting terrorist sympathizers to the left are complaining because children were burned alive and mutilated. Like, it is psychotic. I don't even know what to say about this fucking guy. Yeah, and he works for the National Post and saying, oh, they lie about everything. They lie. I do like that. Even Flight of the Conchords recognized the people's right for armed struggle. TUS thoughts at all-time highs. Like, look at this fucking guy and tell me we don't need to have a cultural revolution. We can't even have a progressive movement that delivers higher living standards and a higher welfare state. But if some kind of leftist revolution did ever happen, we're gonna just let Tristan Hoppers, these little Eichmanns, run around our society. Jesus Christ. I hope the beginning of Three Body Problem happens to this guy. Absolutely. You can look at the Cultural Revolution in China, and sure, even the Chinese will be the first to say certain things went overboard, certain people got persecuted and imprisoned or worse who didn't deserve it. They'll be the first people to say it. But a lot of people do deserve it. I'll tell you that much. A lot of people do deserve it. I just find that such a strange response to these like horrible, horrifying images. Oh, they would have complained about it even if nothing happened. But something did happen, though, Tristan. Something did happen. Children were brutally murdered and tortured and burned alive, and you support that. This man supports that. He supports when Israel burns children alive, and then he calls everyone else terrorist sympathizers and supporters of violence. It's genuinely just like unthinkable to me. It is literal genocide denial, of course, and just look up what these people say about indigenous issues here in Canada, and you'll see the exact same mentality. I hate to keep doing this, folks. I'm coming up on 4 hours here, the stream. I'm trying to get it started a little bit earlier. I'm trying to like have some more longer comprehensive streams lately. I am a little bit getting to like my limit. I have more content to do later as well, so I'm going to stick around a little bit longer. I am 25 subs short of the goal. And that's kind of the whole thing here, is that if I'm going to be doing this longer and trying to focus a little bit more on making these shows a little bit more longer and comprehensive, it would certainly really help me to try and hit those sub targets every day if possible. Once again, we're talking about very important stuff here. I don't want to make it about me. There's a lot of things you could be spending your money on right now that are better than like whatever this is. But as I've said, this is just...
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
This is just the economic reality of doing this show. You know, I've got to try and get people to subscribe.
You can count on me. You're going to have good
I've got to make the little number go up.
Through all this.
So I'm glad that people appreciate, understand that at least. Thank you, Plunger Man, for the 5 gifted subs. Very, very cool. Thank you, Plunger Man, for that. I appreciate it a lot. And thank you, Barbara, as well. Barbara Loden for the 14 months tier 1. Thank you, Barbara. Just about halfway to the goal. So if you can, folks, please do subscribe to support the content that
You're going to have good old Rob to talk
do on here.
TRRS Friendship Triangle.
Thank you, Alex Midnight, as well, for the 4 months. Sorry, I got some street noise. I live outside a very busy street, which I like a lot, actually, but sometimes when you're talking into a microphone, it's somewhat difficult. Halfway to the sub goal, folks. Once again, if you do enjoy this program or you like being part of the community, you want to support the work that I do on here, help me hit my targets, help me make the little number go up. Every little bit helps. You know, it really supports the work that I do here. I'm really, really fortunate to be able to make a small little income from doing this show. It's something that means a lot to me, and it's something that I kind of don't take lightly. The fact that people are supportive of this, this work that I do. Apparently, it's been valuable for some people somehow. Hello, Ainsley. How's it going? But if possible, yes, please continue to subscribe. Help me make the little number go up. I'm halfway there to the goal. I do have to get going somewhat soon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Sankara.
Jeremiah, thanks for the 29 months. Very cool, Jeremiah. I appreciate it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through
and
all
Perfect
this.
Speller as well. Thanks for gifting a sub. And now only 16 subs to go. We do have a hype train incoming. So now you can support the work that I do here on Twitch, and you can also get access to very cool hype train emotes if you're into that sort of thing, in addition to the emotes and the tiny little images that you get when you become a subscriber to this program. Only 16 little bitty subs to go. And you can also give tips or bits. Tips are also very appreciated as well. I'm starting to hit my limit. I really would genuinely like to start doing this show, getting up into like the 4, 5, 6 hour territory. Like, I think that would be good for continuing to grow the community and kind of getting out of it what I need to get out of it as well. So I'm working on that. It is just a lot. I'm an old guy now, and it's just a lot to sit there for 6 hours and talk into a microphone. So I'm trying to work my way back up to that kind of stamina. I got stamina in some respects, but maybe not quite enough yet. Oh, you can't go as long as you get older. Well, in streaming, yes, but maybe in certain respects, I'm, still doing okay. But we don't need to get into the details of that. It's hard to stay in one place that long. That's why I just pretend it's gooning. Yeah, it's hard to stay in one place at all. What I need is one of those like anti-gravity like things like Baron Harkonnen. If I could just hover in one of those, that would be nice. My desert, my Arrakis, my dune. It's kind of a gooning what we do here, political gooning. More like goofing off a lot of the time, if you ask me. So, 16 subs to go, folks, on the sub goal. We got level 3 of this hype train. 0% completed level 3. Level 3 could be easy to get through, though. Level 3, that's pretty easy. That's just like maybe 5 gifted subs or 5, whatever. Could probably get through that. If you say Dune and Gooning 3 times fast, I appear in your mirror. You should get one of those Baron Harkonnen anti-gravity things as well, Marina. I could do the look like Sting. Maybe that would bring in the subs. If I did the look like Sting in David Lynch's Dune with like the metal underpants. What if I wore those? I wonder if that would bring in the subs. The Twitch subs and the other kind of subs as well. I think that would be a good look for me. The winged codpiece.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Start sleeping in black goo. Enter stream via harness like Sting in WCW. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good too. Hard agree. Thank you, Marina.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I have no money to sub, but have some bits left.
Catalepsy, thanks very much for the 100 bits. 200 bits. I really appreciate it. You need to keep it the new version and shave all your body hair. I told you I don't need to. I'm smooth. I'm a smooth boy. Is it better to tip or subscribe for a streamer? I mean, I'd rather give the whole amount per month as a tip, but is the sub good for gaining visibility? In all honesty, I don't even know. I think technically the tips are better because Twitch takes less of a percentage of that. But also I need to make the number go up. The number going up seems important. Sometimes I don't know if there's any real connection between the actual like payouts that I get and the number. I don't know. I think it might be a psyop, the whole thing, but either are very much appreciated in general. I appreciate both, but the number does need to go up. That's just the sad reality. This has not been my month financially. I get it, Sean. It's okay. I know not everyone can support the work that I do on here, and people are... it does support me to go and show up and tune into this show and chat and hang out. Like, that's very, very helpful, and that's something that I do really appreciate. Excuse me. My throat's starting to get a little bit sore from talking a lot, too. That's part of the issue. That's part of the reason I might take off soon. Keep a little pillow, keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man. Oh. Rob comes first. Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. I just care too much. I care too much about delivering content for people. Hey, Dakadoon. Dakadoon, thank you so much for $50. That's so cool.
Luca Magic.
Dakadoon, I really appreciate all the support today and every other day. Thank you very much for the $50. That's very, very cool. Gotta get a throat goat routine to talk more. I don't know if having a throat goat routine would increase my ability to talk at length. I'm not so sure about that. Thank you for talking me through this. Well, it's my pleasure, Dakadoon. It's my pleasure. I really do love doing the show every day. I really do. I think it's really, really cool that I get to do that. His lair deep under the mountain, underground, where he gets his dirt. Part of the sore throat has to be from belting out those Wales patriotism song with full enthusiasm. It's true. That's the thing. At night, I just go out onto my balcony and I just belt out Men of Harlech right into the street. I'm becoming a big-time Welsh nationalist. Listen, I love the Welsh, but if I could have one criticism, maybe you can have a couple more vowels in your language. You know? That's all. You know? Just have a couple more vowels in there. If I could just have one humble little suggestion. Did you hear about the eugenics couple? Yeah, the child-loving couple who just like beat up their kids and smack their kids around and like while they're doing a fucking interview. They're gonna save the human race. There's this Welsh singer I really like, but I can't understand a word he's saying. That's one really cool thing about that scene in Zulu is that character is played by this Welsh singer. That was his only film role ever. And it's such an iconic moment. The vowels are in the British Art Museum. There we go. The British stole their vowels. Oh, I know this guy. The best mouth on the internet. I've been seeing this guy's TikTok content a lot. He does have the best mouth on the internet. It's true. I see this guy's content all the time.
Put it in my tiny little gullet. Hey.
He's genuinely very talented.
What's up, guys? What do I have?
He's got the best mouth on the internet.
Yes, sir. Number 2. Joe Rogie, what do you think about me?
That's a skill.
I appreciate it. Here we go, number 3. Run. And number 4. Here we go. Oh, and the grand finale. Oh, good throw, Larry. Good thrower. Good thrower. Oh, put it in my tiny little gullet.
Those eggs, they're marshmallows. He catches marshmallows. Sometimes he'll catch like 4 or 5, like with no cuts, increasingly farther away. Like it's genuinely quite impressive. Whatever happened to those golf guys? There's the guy is still trying to get 18 pars in a row. He's still only ever gotten 6. 6 is his record after like 115 days. I've seen the oranges as well. I've seen him do other stuff. It's primarily marshmallows.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
2 months of sponsoring TRRS.
Uno Arms Manufacturer. Thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Thank you for that. Does the golf guy play the same course? No, he has like one go-to course, but I think they've been traveling around and making content. How many marshmallows do you think you could max in Chubby Bunny? Is that like an American college thing where you put a bunch of marshmallows in your mouth? Probably a lot, honestly. I feel like I would do well if I tried to do that. I don't have any marshmallows. Maybe that could be some kind of sub-goal. It's a campfire thing. I feel like I could do pretty well. And you have to say Chubby Bunny. I don't know what's a lot. I feel like I could do at least like 6 though. Is that a lot? Because they get mushy, like they squish up. Oh, and you have to say Chubby Bunny. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. PSA, people have choked to death doing Chubby Bunny. Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Not allowed to chew. The winners at my summer camp were at 15. Okay, that is a lot. That is a lot. I will never get golf pilled. I mean, I don't think I'll ever play. I don't mind the golf content that I've been getting. It is funny just in terms of my age, like I turned 40 and it's just all these algorithms are just like, here's a bunch of golf bullshit for you. You love this, don't you, you old piece of shit? And all my ads too for like hair. I keep getting ads, nonstop ads on Instagram for like going to like Turkish hair transplant clinics. And it's like, my hair is fine. Okay, I get that I'm getting older. I got issues. Okay, I have issues. I'm overweight, sure. Whatever. I'm aging, yes. My hair is fine. I don't need any help with that. That's the least of my problems. I don't need to be getting Turkish hair transplants. Do the Turkish hair places tease you like the Turkish ice cream guys? That would be very funny if they're like, here's your hair. Whoa, take it away. Whoa. Sometimes international flights have like 5 of those guys with bloody scalps on their way home to the US. I don't really get it. Like I said, I have my own issues with aging. Male pattern baldness is not really one of them. But like, I think it's fine to go bald. Like, it's okay. Maybe it's easy for me to say, but like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, just fucking go bald. It's all right. My high school best friend's brother went bald at 19. That is a bit rough. That is a bit rough. I'm bald. You save a lot of money not having to pay someone to cut your hair. That'd be nice. I hate getting my hair cut. I think mine was pretty much gone at 24, 25. Interesting. Completely bald at 16. Wow. Yeah, but I keep getting targeted ads for this shit. Like, I'm not, even if I start going bald, I'm not going to go to a Turkish hair transplant clinic. You know? I'm just not going to do that. People think I'm in my 20s, but I'm 34. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm turning 41 on Monday, actually very soon. On Monday, I'm turning 41, and I think, I'm still doing okay. That seems to be surprising to people when I talk about how old I am, so, I'll take it. You look at my decaying meat prison body, then it might be more like my age, but you need a Turkish hair transplant to reduce those flowing locks. Think of the Turkish treats. I would have no problem going to Turkey, or Turkey, sorry, excuse me. It's not Turkey anymore. I would love to go. It seems very lovely and has great food. I get Turkish food all the time. It's fantastic. I turned 43 this year and I realized that the 40s are somehow better than the 30s. Yeah, it's like I'm quite happy with where I am in my 40s. There's certain things that I wish were different. Most of that have to do with financial things. A lot of the stuff that I'm anxious about and stressed about are purely based on needing to make money. Just move. Simple. It's funny because I live in the place with one of the lowest costs of living in North America. That's the thing I've been talking about. There's things that I'm stressed out about next year that are the changes that are happening. And that's one thing that I realized too. The main thing that I'm stressed out about next year is that 50% of my time, during the week, during the school year, I have to transport my child across a bridge to go to school. That in and of itself is easy. That's not a problem. I'm a grown adult. I can very easily transport a child to and from school going across a bridge 3 times per week. I have no problem with that. The problem is getting a car and paying for this car sharing service and all of that shit. That's what's frustrating. That's what makes it difficult because it's an expense that I have to deal with. That's the whole thing that I'm stressed out isn't about that. It's the thing. It's about whether I have enough money to do the thing. I've been listening to Insurgents forever and I just realized you were the same Rob. That's funny. That's funny. It's me. Yes, it is me. What's the school bus situation in Montreal? It's not, there's a school bus situation, but it's not helping me with that particular issue, basically. Oh, wow. He says more of a Jordan guy now. Wow. Okay. That's very interesting. Flip over my desk. Yeah, we got a Jordan burner account here. I think that's what we're dealing with. It's because we're recording an episode of the Insurgents podcast tonight is the reason that I think I'll probably go soon because I've been talking here for 4 hours and my throat is kind of sore. So I'm going to be talking for another hour later. Have some tea with honey. Maybe I will. Perhaps I will. I don't know if I have any honey. I have to go get some. Yeah, well, folks, this is my final call to action, okay? 4 hours and 4:15 into the stream. Like I said, I think I am going to really try to make sure that these streams get up to like the 4 or 5 hour territory. I'm going to work my way up to that because it is somewhat taxing and tiring to do. But it's my final call to action. I'm 14 subs away from the goal. I really do try and hit these targets each and every day. It really, really helps me earn a small living from doing this show. I swear when I talk about money stuff, I'm not trying to psychologically manipulate you, by the way. I'm really not. I'm just vocalizing something that I think all of us feel, which is that a lot of our problems that we have, stress and anxiety, a lot of it comes down to, am I making enough money? And a lot of my problems that I have and fears and anxieties would instantly go away if I just had money, you know? That's the reality. And I think a lot of things are like that. A lot of people are in that position.
To talk you through all this.
Crackety Kraken, thank you for another gifted sub as well.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
And thank you, Spooky, for the 100 bits. And thank you as well, Crystal, for gifting a sub.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And now only 12 little subs to go to get to the sub goal, which would, of course, go right back down to 0 tomorrow. I guess you have to tune in more now. Yes, you do. Now that you're part of the community, you're part of the Friendship Triangle community, no longer allowed to leave, unfortunately. Unfortunately for you, now you're stuck. Now you're stuck in here. Either personal finance or lack of investment in the community. There are plenty of instances where I don't necessarily need more money, but there needs to be more money for infrastructure. That's a good point too. And that's like one of these like economic indicators as well. Sometimes we talk about like salaries and stuff, and we look at China and they say, oh, it's still deeply poor. And there is still a lot of poverty in China, obviously, despite like these poverty alleviation programs. But like, salary is not the only meaningful way of determining whether someone's living in poverty or not, because if you're still having your basic needs met, then you're in better position than someone that is making a higher salary but is not getting their needs met because all their finances are tied up in debt and bills and other bullshit. Are the donos paid in Canadian? No, I believe it's all in US. I believe. Are we stuck in here with you or are you stuck in here with us? I think it's mutual. It's like a mutual thing. And now a mere 12 subs to go, folks. It's the final call to action. It's the final call to action. 12 subs to go. Only a few brave heroes could come along and get this show across the finish line for today. What do you say? Are there any other fine individuals that would like to subscribe to this program? This Turkish hair transplant animation is wild. It looks painful. For sure. It looks very unpleasant. It looks very, very unpleasant. Like, I would for sure rather be bald than to experience that. Does anyone know Sean DeBlack, the Twitch streamer? I just started following him the other day. I saw he was being brigaded by like Destiny people, so I just followed him because he seems cool. I don't know much about him. Does anyone know who this guy is? He could be a potential raid possibility. I, for one, would like to see you get one live on stream. Then maybe that could be some kind of sub-goal thing. A live hair transplant surgery on stream. Even an unnecessary. A unnecessary Turkish scalp transplant graft. I'll physically... Is that what you want? Is that what you want? I'll physically mutilate myself for you, for your own enjoyment. Please. Just make the number go up, please. Just make the number go up, and I'll physically humiliate and mutilate myself for you. This is what Twitch gamifies and incentivizes. I could transplant hair to other areas of my body. I could just move it from here to... Then I could have a beard. Then I could be the bald guy with beard look. Because I cannot grow a beard. Get a crazy amount of chest hair. I could become a big chest hair guy. Look at that. Look. I told you I'm smooth. Look at this. There's just nothing. There's nothing going on there. I don't know. Beard hair is so different from head hair. It looks so weird. If I had just a luxurious, like, flowing beard, like not like a rough, manly beard, like a feathered kind of look. BG's ass. Yeah. Okay, so there's the final call to action, and that's ongoing. The final call to action is ongoing. 12 subs to go. It's the final, last opportunity to support the work that I do here on Twitch and subscribe to this program. The last, final opportunity until tomorrow. 12 subs to go to get to the goal. 4 hours and 23 into the stream. I think that's a pretty good deal. Like the lion from The Wizard of Oz. The final countdown. What a good song. Great song. Just think of my dono as 20 subs. Okay, I will. I will do that. And believe me, I appreciate all the support from everybody, as always. I don't know if this is necessary. I never want to come across as ungrateful or, you know, whatever. I really do not. We're going to raid a brand new channel here. Let's see how it goes. Saving them for your birthday. It is my birthday on Monday, folks. Remember, it's your boy's birth. It's your boy's special day on Monday. Do you want me to have a special day or no? So what's the raid message? Is it hands up, you're being robbed with the knife? Is that it? Is that what it is? Give my regards to Sean and the Sean community. Looks like they're talking about Rafa and that stuff, so should be pretty cool. There's still time for the 12 subs to come in. There's still about 40 seconds. If anyone's watching this, if you're watching and it's like, oh, it's too late, I missed my opportunity. And it's not true. There's still time. There is still time for those 12 to come in. I don't want to alarm you. Don't feel like it's, oh, I missed my shot. You didn't. There is still time, even though it's only 5 seconds.